Okay, good evening, everybody. I think I'm a little bit closer to something resembling being on time. I had dinner. I made sure I went to the bathroom because I always hate stopping partway through the cast to do so. No promises I won't talk about the Epic Store, but if I go too far off the deep end, be for sure to just slap me upside the head and I can save it for a blog. Speaking of which, I want to try and do one before the end of the month, and I realize that's coming up fairly soon. Hopefully you guys haven't been seeing the frame drops. I know it looks like OBS has been sort of stopping a couple of times, but yes, I hope you're all doing well. We're going to be back to our Space Dwarves. Let's jump in right now. It is worth mentioning, so obviously I'm very grateful to Paradox for giving me a copy of Ancient Relics. Clearly a number of you followed as a result of the fact that I had sort of an early look at at that title. Look, I mean, that's always a very good thing for me. My view is always that I need to, bring something to the table to sort of justify continuing to get that sort of stuff. But I am also a little conscious of the fact that this has somewhat supplanted Imperator Rome a little bit earlier than I had intended. So I am also a bit conscious, though, this is a really hard one for me to do, because whenever I get a Paradox key, I mean, I have my dedicated Paradox day, and the hardest days for me are the ones where there's sort of two titles that release fairly quickly on top of each other. So I genuinely would like to do some more Imperator content, and I'm sort of two minds about it, because I know, oh, somebody's hosting me. Who is that? Where the devil are... Pradzui Smock. Thank you very much for that host. And sorry, I know I'm always going off the edge. I'm just trying to deal with all of my my streaming settings. But yeah, so there's two ways that I think about it, which is number one, this game clearly does not have a lot of love. The Steam reviews of it, I think it's a 35% positive. It's still majority negative on Steam, and in some senses I think that is a shame. I can completely understand people being disappointed with the game, and for what it's worth, I also think people will be disappointed with Cyberpunk, and this is a question of expectations. Disappointment is always a question of expectations. But I think I just cracked a puzzle. No, I didn't. Well, if I want to do some ridiculous expansion, I might have just cracked a puzzle, but and it is tempting because that is an alpine world. You're the last man on the planet that prefers playing tall over wide. It's a little bit more. I think this is more of a question of circumstance for me, but I can't comment on other streamers. I just know that I tend to blob out a little bit, to my detriment somewhat. I mean, we're lucky that these other species haven't overtaken us as far as technology, but there's every reason that they should. So the Zethorians, yeah. So we definitely have some people in range who I need to be concerned about, but it looks like nobody outdoes me technologically yet, which is a little surprising because I've underinvested inside of it. Anyways, what I wanted to say about Imperator is I still like that game. It isn't necessarily my favorite Paradox game, because obviously I think the source of the disappointment for a lot of people is the fact that their outside option is not, play a grand strategy game or don't play a grand strategy game. It's what grand strategy game are you going to play? And it, in my view, becomes increasingly difficult for for companies like Paradox to release new titles for the very reason that the outside option is going to be like Europa Universalis 4 or Stellaris or something along those lines. So, in one sense, because the game has a level of disappointment, there's two ways that it can go. One, it can be people who are disappointed in the game are less likely going to cover it, and so there's going to be a dedicated core of people who think about the game the way that I do and like it. Again, that's not to say that it can't be improved, just that I have a diverting enough time in it to find it worth playing. But then there's the other side where it's people have no interest whatsoever in watching it, and obviously if I were to stop playing Stellaris in favor of Imperator, that would be a larger disappointment. So if you happen to be one of the people who would like to see Imperator, I would be curious about how you would like to see it. Would you like to see it as a vodcast and be a little bit more regular? Or would you like me to maybe add like a weekend stream or something like that to do something like Imperator? Like how much does the live component, what does that mean to you, and so on and so forth? In the end, you know, I'm responsible for my decisions. I may not necessarily take all of it if I can't work it, but I am curious because I personally want to do more Imperator, and part of that is just because I want to be a good steward of the keys that I'm given, but also because I like to play games that I enjoy. And I'm in the same problem that a lot of Paradox players are, which is that you have to pick which of these many excellent games you're going to play. So there's a little bit of there's a little bit of background for you. Prodsy says, in your latest game, the RNG caused you to be cut off from the rest of the galaxy by a fallen empire. Ooh, it's going to take you ages to start murdering and vassalizing Xenos. Yeah, I went for I think I play Admiral difficulty on my own. I don't think I do Grand Admiral. But it definitely feels like, even though I've got this, you know, ridiculously overpowered Titan ship so early in the game, I've got neighbors that are very effective at pushing me back. So now seems like a really good time to talk about where we find ourselves. We've got some debris that we need to study. I in fact may not have assigned any of my science ships to that. So let's take a quick look there. All right, so this guy is already on his debris tour, so we're good there. Missing in action. So the Grand Herald almost fell at the end of the war, and it, you know, we retreated. It was actually a battlefield defeat for us, but we had been so effective at inflicting damage on our neighbors, who now of course hate us, the Estani Trade Union. Business comes first, and the best thing for you would be to stay out of ours. Obviously, they're not too happy about the whole war and rivalry thing. But yeah, there's a couple of things that I need to do to deal with the Estani. So the first thing that we did, we went for just a war that would take this little slice. It might have actually made more sense for me to stop the acquisitions at this system, because this is now a little hard to defend. I think in the end what I'm going to say is like, well, you know what, that's too bad, but this is going to be the buffer, this is going to be the choke point, because I just don't see how I can make it work one way or the other. Shield nullification is obviously a really nice one to have. Actually, we get shield nullification in a bunch of systems. But yeah, it just seems to me that I need to be prepared for the worst, so this will be sort of my first defensive location. Of course, we've got a peace treaty with them. They're not going to be able to punch me. But I want to do the same thing here. Now, the best case scenario for me is grabbing the system in Orgulon, but I have no idea if I'll actually pull that off. Who needs choke points when you have a 5-time bigger fleet? Well, that's just it. They're all equivalent, and I've definitely my individual screening ships are too weak to actually be able to handle the opponent. So part of this is I need to get my research up so I can start reinvesting in my military. I definitely did a lot of investment in terms of infrastructure, and the whole idea here is that I was hoping to build an infrastructure that would allow me to sort of catch up very quickly in terms of my technology. So I really do need to start putting those investments in. Obviously, I'm going to close up any remaining gaps. I need the Tiber system. I need to build a few more outposts just to capture some reasonably easy to defend areas. And at some point, I'm going to just slowly start sort of filing in some claims on systems that I want. Again, the ideal for me is to go straight to Orglan. One, because of course I get the alloys in this system, but it's a nice 12 energy system, so it'll help me out in terms of... I keep forgetting I can alt-click to send pulses. It's the horizon signal. But yeah, so this is going to be how I spend the next few rounds. There's going to be a little bit of a dance that I do with my influence, my alloys, in order to make sure that I am capturing systems that are sort of vital to my interests, let's say. I'm getting my energy up, I'm getting my alloys up when I can, I'm getting my science up. But not expanding at such a rate that so for instance, like 34 minerals would be awesome, but there are probably consequences, and that'll be a pretty heavy hit on my energy credits. So once I sort of secure these choke points that I've found, I'm going to start using my influence to claim systems held by these guys. And then on top of that, what I want to do is make some strategic choices in terms of prioritize. So, for instance, my lowest bonus right now is engineering, so that makes this a relatively attractive system, especially because engineering is tied to a lot of my my weapons. Chalk system even better, 9 engineering, and I believe it's over 2 planets. So essentially, this is either neutral or a net positive system for me. So that's going to be some of the little dancing around that I do for the next little while. I'm not in a rush to go to war with these guys, but they have gone from being... Oh no, they're still inferior, so I actually do kind of want to rush a little bit in terms of taking them on. Prodigy, rarely claim once you get your core systems, you make sure not to go overboard, use limited planets, not to damn your economy, and then you just preferably exterminate, and if you can't exterminate fast enough, you just vassalize for free resources. So yeah, but this is the challenge, of course, is that if I wanted to try and demand vassalization or demand tribute, I don't have the superior... I'm not superior to anyone. So at this point here, my options are to, hope that I outpace the AI in terms of being able to build infrastructure, which is pretty unlikely given the fact that they've got a bunch of economic bonuses and they've been unchallenged for the entire opening. Like, the Zathorian Confederation is going to be an absolute nightmare to deal with at some point. Well, at least they don't, completely hate me. I could make them like me more if I open the borders to them. But yeah, at this point, it just seems to me make a lot more sense for me to start slicing off pieces of, of these rivals until I can get to a point where I can vassalize them. And absolutely, I'll do that then. But at the moment here, what I need to do is I've not invested anything into my navy. And so one of the ways that I can intelligently invest in my navy is to set up these choke points. That'll get some space, star bases down. I want to claim systems in easy-to-defend areas because I have 2 major rivals that are at my borders. And then from there, I can start making some decisions in terms of, okay, who gets the anchorages? How am I going to start getting some more trade and whatnot? So, all right. So now that we have that in mind, again, there's going to be the dance that we do, but I'm going to do a quick audit of my existing systems to make sure that things are generally behaving the way that I want them to, and then we will unpause the game and see how the Space Dwarves fare against their neighbors. If you can just bear with me one quick second here, I had a download going, which I want to make sure is... I actually want to make sure that thing is dealt with. Just because the last thing I want to have happen is drop frames because I'm trying to download Steel Division Normandy 44, which I think I got in a Humble Bundle. Just because it'd be neat. Cool. We are good to go. All right, so we've got 6 jobs available. So it's all clerks. So that's going to be amenities and culture, I think. Trade value and amenities. I'm okay with those not going fulfilled. The challenge, of course, is I'm not 100% sure what I want to put there instead. I could do gene clinics. Of course, that's going to consume consumer goods. It produces amenities and pop growth speed, which is not my highest priority right now. More research labs might be an idea, but ultimately, I don't really think any of these are the strongest choices that I could be going for right now. I need to think a little bit. And again, we've got people who are going to be occupying slots. We might get some technology that that sort of makes me change my mind. So we'll leave that on its own. So Rurius is going to get a new slot just in time for... Okay, yeah, so we're good there. I can upgrade the consumer goods. I have a feeling I will not want to, though, because I'm at my limit in terms of rare crystals. And I think okay, actually this is an industrial world, so eventually what I'm going to want to do is start switching out I'm going to want to start switching out alloy production, replacing probably the alloy production with civilian factories and whatnot. Similar story here. So Kabji wound up being a pretty heavy civilian fabricator world, although I believe it was Okul that was ultimately going to be my primary civilian world. Now, here's the thing. There's 7 jobs available, so this is going to be a very long time in coming. But yeah, for the rest of these ones, I think they're... Maybe with the exception of Ceradon, I'm going to need to think about the distribution of jobs, but I mean, at that point, I'm going to be able to upgrade the planetary administration. There's going to be a few things going on. These guys are a little unfortunate. They had crystal mines, so, I'm not going to turn down that possibility, but obviously we don't have clerks, which is causing amenities to go down, which I'm assuming is making the crime go up a little bit. That'll probably be dealt with once we build the planetary administration. Riak is already on its way. That one, similar story here. We're building a Betharian power plant before anything else. Lots of jobs that have not been worked on. But again, this is because I built a bunch of farms, partly to deal with the fact that I've got a food shortage. So the worlds are generally where I want them to be. The capital of Old Alvania, I'm going to leave open to see if there's a cool tech that I get later. And the rest of it, I think I'm gonna let the AI decide. Now, Aldebaran, I believe that was the first... Yeah, that was the first one that I went for, and that was because there was a curator think tank. So the next question is, do I want to build a trade hub? My argument to that is no. And the reason for that is, if I'm going to build a trade hub, it makes as much sense to put it on Ceradon, where it will be collecting its own trade value, but also one on Sipolan. So instead, this is going to be... I think I'm just going to go full Anchorage here. I'll only build the one because I need to keep something open for the... I need to keep something open for the next starbase here. But essentially what I'm going to be trying to do here is boost up my naval capacity so that I can have a more expendable fleet that the Grand Heralds can use as a screen. And obviously we're going to be putting some investment in terms of building up some more screening ships. And with all of that in mind, I think we're ready to unpause and carry on. So let us end this charade. Hopefully we're already... Yeah, we're already mad at them. Hey, the exception, good to see you. And we won the war, rivalry, construction complete. All right, yeah. Let's see how this all goes.
Construction finalized. System resources
The
analyzed.
Grand Herald won't be back for a few more months, so the debris field, which RX2 1000 is part of, rolls and swirls under the influence of unknown forces. So it's a challenging one, but again, we're not doing a lot of expansion at this point, so I'm not as worried about it. I think I am going to make some simple claims. Can I get these? Yeah, it's 198. It's a bit expensive, but we can at least take out some of their frontier worlds.
Scientific progress
So there's
attained.
3 more for me to grab. Alright, more energy credits, that's going to be helpful, although at a sacrifice of food. Modulated fields allow for increased production and improved energy yield. I'm not too worried about this one. I probably won't do a growth priority decision on this, but we should have enough reserves to kind of let the growth naturally move up. If we get really desperate, by the way, I can always change the policy of nutritional plenitude, but I'd rather keep that if I can. Okay, so now I'm really trying to go for cheap tech. So miniature containment fields is the most tempting, although there's also shields, and shields, of course, are going to make me a bit more effective at making war. These are all tricky for me to deal with. I think I'm going to split the difference. We've got 37 here, 37 here. Okay, we've got more progress towards this one. So we are going to do the mining drone lasers. That's just to knock it off and maybe get another kick of the can. I might have wanted to do something like shields, although of course shields are not going to help me too much in here. In fact, if memory serves, I think I need to boost my armor more than anything. But I want them all. But at this point, I'm definitely, even if they're not the cheapest option, I'm going to start prioritizing. my my martial options over others. Seeing as we have a surplus of alloys, I'm going to start building up my my defensive starport. I think that was an outsized expenditure there. Oh wait, no, it was 200, so I might have overspent a little bit. We should be back in time. Nope, Grand Herald is back. So one, they're obviously due for some upgrades, and then second, they're due for some repairs. Actually, while we're at it, let's get these good folks combined.
Construction complete.
And then
Construction complete. Construction finalized.
okay, so the Joint Expeditionary Fleet is going to...
Scientific progress attained.
They're going to be the ones who get the upgrade. And then, of course, the Grand Herald's going to get the repairs. With the advent of clean fusion, automation, and matter compression technologies, it was only a matter of time before mountaintop removal became mountain range removal. So, Fleet Command is a little tempting, because of course that's going to give me some more wiggle room as my naval capacity goes up, but I feel like there's more that we can do here. And this is probably going to be one of these points where I actually do wind up going for the cheapest option. Deep Crust Engineering is not the most exciting of all of these, but it's the one... it's the cheapest one I've got right now. Okay, now I want to be a little bit careful in terms of when I do this upgrade fleet option. I want to make sure that this guy is building in Tiber first. I believe that's already been taken up, but just in case, I'm going to leave that be for now. Once he starts constructing the starbase, then I'm going to wind up hitting that upgrade button. It's going to mean that I'm out of commission a little bit for my ability to build new... sort of new space structures, but it is going to mean that I'm able to get my military where they need to be. The agreement that we signed giving you access to our databanks has run its course. Would you like to extend it for another 10 standard years, or do your researchers no longer require the information we offer? We definitely require it. It's 3,000, so we need to boost our economy a little bit. But of course, technology is ultimately going to be how we're going to be able to enforce our will. Just going to knock out some claims while I can. Why are you wasting? Up is down. The ISS Ersk-Hessent passed through an asteroid belt on its way to RX-2-1000. Science officer Monarch Tisala reported that the ship experienced a number of sudden gravitational shifts. Ever curious, Monarch Tisala dispatched a number of probes to scan the debris field to discern the cause. Turns out that the culprit is a number of gravity generators of old alien make. Sputtering on dying energy sources with their polarities inverted, they occasionally spew reverse gravity into the void, though not with enough force to cause any serious harm, not anymore. Science officer Manik Tisala theorizes that the generators once provided artificial gravity for a large asteroid on the belt, but some malfunction eventually tore the rock apart, and we get 350 physics research as well as 350 engineering research. So why are you wasting our... this is good for me. Okay, so my two angry neighbors have just declared a rivalry against each other. So the Astani trade union has declared the Andigonage nation their rival. Why are you wasting our time? The Andigonage nation did not grow great by listening to wanton squelching. Unfortunately, they have beefed up their military. And it's probably because I'm posing a credible threat to them. But again, the whole point of this of these claims are that these are fairly easy for me to take and hold, and so I should still be able to win in the end. Okay, so I'm gonna do the upgrade fleet here. They are successfully building Tiber Starbase. So again, there's going to be a limitation. There's going to be a limitation in terms of. Well, that explains why their navy was relatively weak. So yeah, they essentially what this upgrade is going to mean is that I'm not going to be able to build any additional ships for a while. Again, I'm fine with that because the joint expedition is kind of a high priority for me to get up to speed, and then of course I'm going to be getting myself back up to that fleet cap, and particularly my command cap, because you know the slush fleet's is probably not going to be able to, well, it's definitely not going to be able to sustain it. I'm essentially going to have 10 ships, and none of them are going to be that impressive. So the Zathorian Confederation took this system, so they took a choke point. That's probably not too surprising. And Regulus. Oh, wow. So they basically said, no, that's mine now. If I had a guess, they are probably going to be going after this one next. But let's see if they're actually unhappy with... They must be happy. They must like the fact that we have mutual rivals. Yep. So... Oh, crap. So these two guys actually get along very well. They've got a defensive pact. Yeah, this is going to be a nightmare to try and break through at some point. Okay, advanced missiles equipped with very powerful antimatter warheads. A new and improved guidance system gives them a better chance of finding their targets. So that's kind of sucks because my upgrades are already queued up, but we'll move ahead. Defensive options are the best if I can. Looks like I can't, so in this case I'm going to go for the autocannons. And again, this is purely about getting my navy strength up. It also looks like I've got a bit of a structural problem as far as my the demands for food, so Kabji might wind up becoming a farming world at some point. And Ceradon Prime is also probably due for some farmers. But again, for the time being, I'm going to let it slide because we have got 5 farming slots that are available. Speaking of farming slots, I bet old Albania's got a robot pop. They've got 4 robot pops. This is a tough call. Do I want them... Nah, you know what? Old Albania can get the benefit of the robot. I might actually try to build a second robot manufactory. If I can. It'll be slow going. So I think in this case we're just going to run a food deficit for longer than I normally would have wanted. What did Alvis just build though?
Construction finalized.
Oh, is it really going to tell me every single time it upgrades a ship?
Anomalous readings detected.
Well, there's only one more. The asteroid GRTS-8 is emitting some form of radiation in controlled bursts. Is someone or something trying to communicate with us? All right. Oh, even more upgrades apparently? We'll see. Presumably when this says 100, we'll hear the voice again.
Ships upgraded.
Well, that one was as expected. Okay, so it seems that these guys don't actually need the upgrade, so that's a little bit of good news for me. So again, we're going to be... It's almost a guns and butter choice that we're working with right now. So essentially, I can allocate my alloys. Allocate? Shoot me. There's going to be 2 tasks that I can put it towards. Number 1, I can put it towards the 6, kind of the 6 points towards this fleet. It looks like... Okay, so I've got room for 2 now. Let me just think a little bit about what we've got here. So we've got 12 points worth of destroyers, and we've got 11 points worth of corvettes. This is a tough call. Okay, so we've got a total of 6 available. So let's do 4 in destroyers and 2 in corvettes. This probably leaves me with fewer screening ships than I would like, but the thing is that these corvettes right now they're just popping really quick. So I think I would rather put I'd rather put the effort into some of my better destroyers here. Also, I don't remember if we've got an upgraded ship type yet. No, it's just destroyers and corvettes. So for now, obviously I need to build up 265 destroyers, but I'll fill those out. I think I am going to save up for it. But essentially the choices I'm going to have are building about 800 alloys worth of ships, or capturing systems like Chalks with its 9 engineering. Now, of course, the 9 engineering is going to allow me to get better technology, which is going to improve the survivability of my ships. And I really do want to make sure it's stuff like armor, because my existing ships right now, if we take a look at this destroyer, it's sitting on level 2 beams, level 2 armor, and apparently no shields whatsoever, which makes sense, to be perfectly honest. GRTS-8 is partially hollow. Within its interior spaces sprawls a dense honeycomb structure crafted of some unknown alloy, housing containers of genetic alien material. By all appearances, this is an archive of life, the genetic record of some earlier civilization come and gone. Most of the DNA is hopelessly degraded, and there's still much to learn here. Fascinating. If I could get a better view on what these guys are packing, that would be best.
Anomalous readings detected.
We're picking up what may be a faint transmission coming from somewhere deep inside the atmosphere of this gas giant. Could someone or something be trying to communicate? I think I've also decided that we're going to go heavy on military, so I'm going to keep adding claims to my list. So we need 72. Okay. It's going to be 72 for... Argillian. Again, I don't necessarily need this one, but I want it. So, and they've definitely got their navy up. I'm mildly curious how I'm going to be able to get a defensive pact. So they've got too many defensive pacts already, and they are wary of me. So there's a possibility of this working at some point, but it's going to be far into the future. What I also want to do when taking a look at my fleets, I want to make sure that this peace treaty doesn't wear off too soon. I'm actually debating on how much time do I have left on this thing? 136 days. Yeah, I gotta get it. The thing I'm worried about is that the time that I can move freely within their borders is going to run out before I can get all the research done. But there's nothing I can do to stop that, so... Gas Giant Signal. The ISS JAL Imikun has picked up some curious readings from Cybin 2. There are significant packets of radiation in the gas giant's atmosphere that appear to be the result of intense orbital bombardment. What someone could hope to gain by bombing a gas giant from orbit remains a mystery, however. I love this one. Outworld, great to see you. Have you on the TV over morning coffee. Sorry I didn't see you there earlier, Outworld. It is lovely to see you. Thank you very much for stopping by. Guys, for those of you who don't know him, and I know I always wind up, maybe not embarrassing is the right word, but I know some people get a little self-conscious when I take the time to do these shoutouts. I've had the great pleasure of being able to host Outworld a couple of times at the end of the night. Outworld is, by their name, sort of a primarily Mortal Kombat streamer, but to call him that would do him a great injustice. He's an Australian caster. I can definitely remember him before he had his big fancy checkmark and his... in fact, he went by a different name. He worked incredibly hard to sort of build up an audience and essentially deliver what people wanted. I think one of the things I like about Outworld, he's a very genuine person. In fact, while I don't like behind-the-scenes stream gossip, I can definitely say that Outworld is a very steadfast individual, and especially in times when other people find it very easy to sort of hop on a bandwagon or... I mean, one of the unfortunate features of Twitch, especially because it's very socially driven, is it sometimes seems very high schoolish. And I have never seen a point where Outworld has ever let sort of his moral compass waver. He has always been quite willing to sort of stand up for what he thinks is right, and I think that's a very admirable trait to have in an environment where there aren't necessarily the kinds of rewards for that one might expect. And the reason why I mention that at the moment is that has also not stopped him from really being able to deliver on what the audience wants. I think one of the things, if I ever really wanted to get to this point of like, how could I grow the cast? Like, what would I need to do to accomplish that? Outworld would be a really good case study because he's got this great talent for being able to sort of stay true to himself, stay grounded, while also being able to sort of deliver for an audience. And he's not afraid to try new things. I know I've had the pleasure of chatting with him, kind of talking shop a little bit, although he certainly has much more that he can teach me than I do him. But again, I like to speak about these character traits as much as I like to talk about the level of entertainment that you get from them, because I think these are people who are behind broadcasts, and ultimately, if you're going to be spending a few hours with someone on Twitch, it's nice to know that this is a decent person and someone who's really able to sort of deliver on the entertainment. So that's a little bit about Outworld's character. And I will definitely say that Outworld has got me playing a lot more Domina. I quote-unquote beat the game for the first time, and now I realize that I didn't beat the game, that I still need to do more. But watching Outworld finally let me sort of get my head around Domina in a way that I hadn't before. And I don't know. I always get something out of watching him, whether he's doing Mortal Kombat, which I'll admit is not something I'm very familiar with, whether he's doing a speedrun, or if he's just playing something like Deus Ex and he's doing it for fun. It's always a good time. He's always somebody who is growing and developing as a caster, and he's somebody who I can strongly recommend, especially if my hours are not very good for you, because Australia is about as different in terms of hours as you can get, so... Oh, it's my pleasure, Outworld. All right. I love this event, by the way, so we should investigate the signal. So Control Shift click to put this to the top of the queue, and I believe this is the Dathnak event. So it's a neat one.
Construction finalized.
As a player, there's definitely that sort of I feel like I've just been kicked in the balls effect to it, but I am not displeased by it. It's definitely one where, because I mean, again, that game really does lend itself to multiple playthroughs, and it's not like getting through a session is that hard on its own. Like, there's a fixed time, and so I think the fact that, I mean, the game does tell you to do that, and just because it doesn't show you a direct reward right away, I sort of feel like the contract has still been honored, and you really only have yourself to blame if you get that ending. So yeah, it was a good time. Although I was definitely, oh, that's can I go back? So yeah, it's neat. I have a couple of ideas for Domina, but I have no idea when I'm gonna let them come to fruition.
Construction finalized.
All right. Well, that actually makes me pretty happy, because I don't know, I like stuff like that. Okay. I've got some research stations, but I don't believe I've been taking advantage of my I don't believe I've been taking advantage of my my xenophobic nature. So, for those of you wondering who the Space Dwarves are, we are xenophobes, we're militarist, and we're materialists. We also have a Byzantine bureaucracy and philosopher king. You can't get a driver's license until you're cross-referenced with the great database of grudges. Anyways. So, because we don't care so much about other species, we're going to do aggressive observation. The natives are aggressively studied, and live specimens are frequently collected to learn as much as possible about their biology and culture. And this is going to add another 2 to my social research. Now, the thing to keep in mind is that this civilization is still in the Stone Age. Do we get to see what these hideous creatures look like? Oh, that's a shame. Oh no, there we go. Yeah, look at those. Look at those. Oh my god! Oh, what? There is no god! Oh my god! And similar story here. We should have, yeah, we have an observation base here. Aggressive outlook. And why? Plants are for eating, not for working. So yeah, anyways, we don't like aliens very much. Okay, so it's worth keeping in mind. We have a couple of things that we want to try and accomplish in terms of. I've been playing the long game in terms of my development, and I'm finally able to sort of make some of these things work. So we're going to need some new jobs available. Old Albania is still sort of my Mick colony. So planetary capital, stronghold, alloy foundries, autothon monument, bureaucratic complex, Ministry of Culture is a unique building. Energy grid is because it's the energy planet, robot assembly yards, civilian fabricators, hollow theaters, exotic gas refineries, I believe was so that I can upgrade my my research, and yeah, we've got a research complex. So in this particular case here, we've got pretty much everything but the research complex, and we also now have the consumer goods to actually back that sort of thing up. So we're going to do the research labs. This is going to give us a little bit of a kick to our technological investments, and life will be good. Yeah, I'm sure my neighbors really appreciate it when I do this sort of stuff. But it's not the hour. You'll notice that I tend not to do that sort of stuff when when it's like the bylaw hours, let's say. Now, the one drawback about this the strategy that I've got here is it does kind of leave me hanging a bit in terms of development. So I'm going to do here.
Analyzed.
Okay. So we're getting at least some of the debris researched. This thing's good to go. 470,
System
439.
analyzed.
So as long as they don't close our borders to us, we're going to be good. And we gained shields, cold fusion power, physics research, and engineering research. So this is one of the biggest advantages that I can get, is because I kick their ass in these systems, I'm now able to steal their technology. And that's going to be one of the things that pulls us out of our dark age. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to start focusing a lot on energy credits first.
Finalized.
All right, that's probably a destroyer that we just got. Although Joomla is mighty tempting because of its physics and social research. Yeah, I'm going to do what I can to try and boost my energy up, because in the end, all of the problems that I run into, not having enough food, not having enough alloys, all of those things can be fixed by having enough money. So, special project completed. Science Officer Jurg Taras has managed to isolate the weak signal that was coming from somewhere deep inside the atmosphere of Cybin 2. It does indeed appear to be a transmission, and we have filtered it through our translation software. On screen. Finally, well met, Spacefarer. We are the Dathnak, and the planet you are orbiting is Taluk Rong, our ancestral home. It is always riveting to meet a solid, even if our last encounter with your kind was somewhat problematic. You have no doubt detected the radiation surges coming from our atmosphere. Taluk Rong is dying, and our species will perish unless we find a new home. We have identified a planet that would suit our physiology, but we have no means to get there. Sadly, our non-corporeal nature means we don't have much in the way of industry or technology. Will you help us? If you have no technology, how are we speaking? Ah, but you're not the first solid to pay us a visit. Another spacefarer graciously donated a small subspace transmitter and scanner array to us 2.9 million solar cycles ago. They had been designed to be compatible with our physiology. One of the more positive encounters that we've had with your kind. What happened to your planet? Well, the last time solids visited us a few thousand cycles ago, things didn't go over very well. They wanted us to embrace their religion. We refused, and this triggered some kind of genocidal reaction. Completely unwarranted. Before we knew what was happening, they maneuvered their fleet into orbit and unleashed a massive bombardment. You wish us to transport your entire species to another planet? Yes, and hopefully soon. Don't worry, there aren't too many of us. Most of the Dathnak died when our planet was bombarded, and those of you who survived retreated deeper into the atmosphere. Communication with the surface is difficult here, and the radiation is spreading. We don't have much time. We will help you relocate. Excellent! I knew we could count on you. The coordinates of our new home have been forwarded. You must promise not to let your own colonists claim this alluring world before we get there, no matter how strong the temptation. Alright, for those of you unfamiliar with the Dathnak, this is always a treat for me whenever they show up, so... I think it was silent. Anyways, I need to figure out where these guys go, because I do actually need to show up on time. Lando, eh? That's gonna suck no matter who's doing it. We'll head back to Cybin after we finish the delivery, and we'll see basically how many this guy takes care of. I think at this point, I was trying to position my construction ships to places where they might be able to take advantage of some of these tiles, but at this point, it probably makes as much sense for me to wait to build the destroyer. Ultimately, because once I build that one, I'm down to a couple of corvettes.
Together we will build a brighter future.
All right, mining drone lasers using strong focus lenses and in combination with oscillating firing frequencies help create lasers strong enough to mine asteroids or shoot down hostiles. So again, if I can, priority to weapons. And it looks like cold fusion power is my... So this will actually help the power of my fleets. It's not the most exciting option, but it's one that'll work. Again, it'd be brilliant if I could do like multi-dimensional studies or the energy nexus, because being able to get 25% to my energy is a really big boon. But like I said, I really do need to get my navy back into fighting form. By the way, Outworld, you should hear me when I really stub my toe. It is kind of tempting to turn on automated colony management, but I'm enough of a nerd that I actually really like messing around with this kind of stuff. I am a little worried, to be completely honest, about the about sort of my population situation.
System resources analyzed.
In fact, because we're going for miners at this point, I think I am going to start resettling robots onto the farming worlds. So, Riak. Costs us a bit of money, but it'll pay off in the form of more food. Okay, we've got another tradition. So we're already going down the supremacy tree. So the great game, as we continue to expand, other empires will inevitably challenge our claims, as we would theirs. We are locked in a great game of resources and territory. It is nothing less than our duty to come out on top. So starbase damage increased by 20% and starbase upgrade costs reduced by 33%. This is going to be a really important one for me when I start building defensive structures. So the question is, can I get... Yeah, see, mastership rights is a little... In fact, arguably, all of these... I want to do the things with the star bases, but I'm going to be building more ships. I'm going to be building more ships before anything. So, mastership rights. The ever-increasing scope of our shipbuilding programs has led to the creation of highly skilled and efficient labor forces at our shipyards. Methods have been continually refined, and the time it takes to go from hull plating to a completed starship is now shorter than ever before. So probably the Fleet Logistics Core is going to be the next one up. That's going to reduce my upkeep, so that's going to be more about saving alloys than anything. But in this case here, I really want to get the costs down, so... The one major argument that I would have in terms of getting my star bases down is that we're still at 4, and 4 is a really big improvement for us. But the big thing here is that I can sort of... I already know that we're not really going to be able to build sort of these bristling fortifications yet, so I can sort of hold off. I'm going to build up my navy before I build up sort of the choke points, because in the end the big choke points are going to be built once I seize this territory, and of course I'm not going to be able to seize that until I have a navy to claim it. So I obviously missed a good opportunity. The galaxy awaits the reign of President Forthin, and you want negotiations? So obviously we missed an opportunity with the fact that these guys were at war with the Andigonj nation, but we'll do our best. Probably the best option that we have will be when I build my secondary fleet. I use the secondary fleet to sort of knock out these minor holdings, and then I send the main fleet essentially just to rush the choke point and claim what is rightfully ours. All right. One more destroyer. And then what were we at? 2 more corvettes. So essentially we're 246 away from completing the main fleet, and then of course whatever surplus I can get. Currently 10 ships, although hopefully we'll be getting some more.
Anomalous readings detected.
This barren and lifeless world is showing signs of once having supported a biosphere. So again, no sense in avoiding research while I can. Some of these do produce additional research. Tile blockers are coming up next, which is not my favorite. We did just get a nice boost to cold fusion power, so looks like we are making some decent progress. This is also... So this is an opportunity I really want to take. I want to see what the Aztani are made out of. Now, this is one of their older fleets. They're apparently able to be upgraded. that or I'm able to upgrade them. But they have a lot of shield power and very little in terms of nanocomposite armor. It also looks like they are pretty heavy on the railguns, so it makes a lot of sense for me to... it seems like it makes a lot of sense for me to go heavy armor. So... I don't think we have that much in terms of beam weapons. But obviously we're outclassed in terms of the ships. It's really the fact that this fleet is just it has the Titan in it. That's really the only reason we're winning wars. Okay, so do I want to do the upgrade or do I want to... It's the 30? I think we can pay it. I gotta pay it at some point, so... Although I always think it's misleading me in terms of what the actual costs of upgrades are. Rainbow Flowers, please don't use that term. I know people think that it's evasive in terms of you're not actually saying the word, but everybody knows what you mean. It is the intention behind it that matters. Our detailed survey of Fergus 1 has revealed that it may once have supported life in the distant past. There are significant deposits of frozen water at the polar ice caps and beneath the planet's surface. The existence of valley networks suggests that water may once have flowed freely. Terraforming this planet would theoretically be possible, but we do not yet possess the technology to accomplish this monumental task within a realistic time frame. So, again, we tend to get a million of these whenever we play, and I never actually follow through on them, but this is just, you know, I play the hand that I'm dealt.
Scientific progress attained.
Advances in material technology and deep shaft mining techniques allow geoengineering at previously unthinkable depths and temperatures. Magma hotspots can now be exploited, suppressed, or even relocated. So again, this is not too useful to me at the moment because I'm not really constrained in terms of my ability to expand. But this is going to be something that's pulling me out of some tight spots, especially with in terms of farming on certain planets. Okay, there is an argument for naval capacity, but it's such a huge cost that I feel like... I mean, Amoeba Flagella is not terrible, but I think the logistics office is going to be the better long-term investment. It won't help me on Aldebaran, and that's because I've already got the curator order building. But this is going to be something that lets me build up my sort of my fleet capacity once I get a meaningful network of star bases. I'm also gonna... So this is a real shame. This guy is a pretty good researcher, but he is specialized in military technology, so I am gonna switch these guys out. It does mean that my cold fusion power is gonna take a bit longer, but of course I'm gonna get one, maybe two more debris hits on that, so... So, Vimus Vargas. You're now the physician. And Ganek Cap is now my sociologist. So we're looking at 24 months. I mean, we'll still have this ahead of the other tech, but we're definitely feeling the loss of our last group of superstar researchers. Okay, I should have been paying a little bit closer attention. We can now upgrade the planetary... The Kenti Trade Union have declared... How are they going to reach each other? Oh, maybe there's... Oh, we're screwed if they can already go through wormholes. That can't be right. This is mildly tempting. So it's tempting to go for a defensive pact just in case one of these guys do try to put the hurt on me. Debatable as to whether or not a commercial pact. Well, I guess a commercial pact kind of benefits me. But yeah, apparently our mutual rivals have really helped us out here. So let's see how mad my factions are going to get at this. Okay, so they want me to do research tree. Okay, so first of all, my most influential factions are the Academy of Technological Progress, the Akano Primacy Front, and the United as One Party. It's basically one leader and a two-way tie between the other two. So this is definitely a fairly fragile political situation. I don't think I'm going to keep everyone happy. It's almost impossible for me to get the Science Without Borders with three groups at this point. So, these guys are only going to be happy if we subjugate a species, which that's a long-term goal. And the Akano Primacy Front wants us to kill a Leviathan. Now they want strong alone, so allowing the Akano High Kingdom to be exploited by alien interests by joining a federation will displease the Akano. Okay, interesting. So apparently they will not be mad about Okay, so they're not going to be mad about me getting a defensive pact. Now, obviously, I'm going to be giving up some influence, which I don't want to do, but this seems to be a fairly... So the drawback, of course, is that I get pulled into a war that I can't afford. But at this point here, I think balancing the risk of these guys starting a war with me when my fleet is focused sort of to my south or to my north, depending on, who it is, I think that sort of outweighs the cost. So we'll start with defensive pact. From a defensive pact with this empire, if either empire is attacked, the other will automatically come to their defense. This will increase their trust of us by plus 0.75 each month up to a maximum of 100, but costs us 1 influence, which I'd rather not give up right now, but it's a necessary sacrifice.
Ships upgraded.
Okay. Your backs are safe, Akanos. So, good news with the Kenti. Seeing as they are a trade league, we'll also do a commercial pact with them. Form a commercial pact with this empire. This will increase the value of both empires' trade networks. It will increase their trust of us by plus 25. It'll cost us 0.25. They'll get 1241 and we'll get 153.76 a month as long as the deal is active. So this is strengthening an ally. I think trade is mutually beneficial, so I can live with that. But what we're really looking for is to be able to get the research agreement. So, and again, we're paying through the nose as far as influence, but form a research agreement with this empire. This will give both empires a bonus to the research speed of all the other empires' discovered technologies. This will increase their trust of us by plus 0.1 each month to a maximum of 100. So we're kind of going all in with these guys. We're going to definitely feel this in terms of my monthly influence, but I am also curious because I never got to experience this on the other side. The Kenti Train Union Mega Corporation has established a new branch office on Old Alvania, so I do kind of want to see what the effects of this are. So branch office value... it's not clear to me whether or not I gain any of this, though, so surely this will be listed. This actually might be a good one for me to go for the wiki for. So let's just take a quick look at here and see. I can't find within it. That's a bummer. Not exactly what I want, but I bet if I follow this Megacorp link... I was wrong. Okay. Really, you can't think of any other situation where I might want to look up a Megacorp. I like this wiki a lot, but sometimes it it has some interesting structure choices. Okay. Corporations here somewhere. Presumably at the bottom. There we go. Oh, and it doesn't say the branch mechanic. So maybe it really is planetary management that I need to worry about. I'll quickly go to economy just to see if... yeah, that doesn't tell me much. So again, the thing I'm just really looking for here is to see whether or not I get any benefit from having an office on my planet. Because definitely the benefits to the corporation are pretty one-sided. It might be just by virtue of the way I've built my empire. But it'd be nice to get a little bit more certainty in terms of exactly what I'm giving up when it's a more marginal case. Obviously, these guys I want to get in good with because they're going to help me boost my research. All right. Designations we already know. So obviously, I know these are criminal underworld and whatnot, I believe, are due to the... Okay, corporate empires with a criminal heritage civic produce and benefit from crime on a world where they've established branch offices. Low crime, on the other hand, will reduce the income of the branch office. If such a branch office is open on a planet with zero crime and there is a 5% chance that the crime branch office will be closed, the same empire cannot close another branch office for 10 years, but the corporate empire will not be able to establish another branch office on the... Okay, not exactly what I was looking for, though. I'm just trying to think if there's any other ways for me to figure out what the branch office gives me, because I feel like this is sort of a lacuna in the wiki. Like, it would be good to know exactly what I get out of this. Again, similar story here. Tells me the branch office, but it's not clear to me that this is something that I'm benefiting from directly. I definitely don't see it under production, so my better guess here is that I'm not seeing anything out of this. The exception, you handsome devil. Thank you very much for that resubscription. 17 months in a row. My God, you're almost a year and a half. I'm gonna need to start making some decisions on these two worlds. Okay, let's go for the Autothon Monument because I really need that unity. And oh cool. Possibly bureaucratic complex, especially for the amenities. Yes. I don't.
Surplus
You didn't have a message with that, did you? I didn't get to see it. But anyways, thank you very much. I did see you wave a little bit earlier, but thank you very much. Do feel free to use the emotes as much as you want. I've been talking a little bit about some possible not replacements but extensions. I'll let you know when those are up and running, but as always, thank you very much for your support. I am very happy with the emotes that the Eyes of Sin did, and I'm glad that you're getting your money's worth one way or the other. Or maybe you're not. Maybe this is just a pure act of charity for me.
Together we will build a brighter future.
Okay, autocannons are up. I don't know if that's going to count as an upgrade or not. Large caliber ballistic weapons that fire cased explosive shells. The main advantage of these cannons is their high rate of fire. Now this is really only going to be helping me out once I Oh my god, this game. That's really only going to be helping me once I, once I have some more capital ships. Now, normally I would have gone for cruisers here. Yes, it's 43 months, but in this case, it's so much cheaper to get plasteel materials, and this will actually wind up helping me against their higher quality guns. The good news is that these rail guns, even though they're cheaper, I get them permanently because I've got a partial research towards it. So we're going to do plasteel armor because we don't know if we're going to draw that again. And then unless we get something really cool as an alternative, I'm going to focus on railguns. So plasteel armor it is, and hopefully we can flog it as hard as we can. Also, you've got a fusion reactor coming up soon, so... This guy researching anything else? Yeah, so unfortunately we're going to be wasting the cold fusion, I think.
Finalized.
Alright, as much as I would love to be doing the research here, I am going to knock out another Corvette and we should be good to go.
System resources analyzed.
Alright, the ability to sustain a fusion reaction at relatively low temperatures will result in a new generation of fusion reactors for our ships. So Research Institute is mighty tempting because that'll allow me to specialize in terms of research, but as is always the problem, we just have too many good options. So if I want to go heavy on lasers, UV lasers, now this is, so one of the reasons this is less of a priority for me right now because I don't quite know... Actually, you know what? Maybe this construction ship will give me an idea of what they're looking at. Okay, so they're a little stronger on shields. It looks like it's an even balance between... I know that this will be the best that they have because you can't manually upgrade construction ships. This, by the way, if you didn't know this is actually not a bad little bit of exposure. A reasonably clever player will try and keep their fleets out of your range to, to keep you guessing in terms of their strength. So we know here we've got 32k strength, about slightly over 50. So we'll say like in total we're looking at, let's be pessimistic and say 10k strength sitting here. It's largely focused on destroyers and corvettes, which of course, again, a pack of mangy dogs can still kill a lion. So we want to be sure that the Grand Herald is going to be able to deal with these guys. But one of the really important things is because I'm able to look at them, I'm like, okay, so what do I need to prioritize in terms of defenses? Well, they're heavy on railguns, so obviously bonuses to shields, negatives to armor, and then this is going to get a bonus to armor and negative to shield. So again, the density in terms of their attacks are going to be always railguns. So the default that the game has given me is actually not a really bad one, which is to focus entirely on this kind of armor. Now, because this species here hasn't just so again, you have a big fleet sort of sitting at the edge of space here. It's like, oh, I wonder what's going to be coming after me, and you get to take a peek in terms of what's going on. So I don't necessarily have any ideas about what offensive weapons I'm going to be going up against. However, I can say, all right, so they've got even armor, even shields. And again, if I just take a look at the priorities here, I know that their shields are much stronger than their armor. And if I want an idea, so the trick on these ones is that maybe they're not upgraded ships. So if I want an idea in terms of what their overall strength is, I can take a look at one of their main focuses. And as it turns out, they're really heavy on shields and they're really weak on armor, which would mean that if I wanted to sort of min-max my fleets, this is a bad example because this is obviously a huge Titan, but I would want to be focusing a lot on energy damage, which, as it turns out, are shield damage. Yeah, so the energy siphons are good. Cutting laser less so, but the null void beam is another really helpful one. So it looks like we're generally well positioned as far as taking these guys on are concerned. Okay, so all of this is to say is that I'm not entirely convinced that UV lasers is the most important thing for me to pick up right now. I did say that I was going to be focusing on my navy until I feel like I'm in a slightly better position to take people on. Shields does have a reasonable argument for it. But similar idea here. This is going to be around essentially forever. But I have an advanced combat roll. Oh, but see, that's a long one. Do I want the advanced? Do they have advanced combat rolls? They do not. I believe I already have an edge on them in the tech. Okay. So with that in mind, let's do a sensor. Sensor upgrade is weak. Let's go for shields first. Especially because it's going to get another boost. Okay, so our robot's going to be coming up in... I'm not sure when.
Construction complete.
But yeah, the robots... I think I'm just going to mail to whatever farming colonies I have until we get out of this deficit. So the Grand Herald fleet is at capacity. I think what I'm going to do, though, I have been neglecting my infrastructure, which I don't feel good about. But I do want to upgrade them. So again, we're just going to be sitting for a little while on our extension, but that's not the worst thing in the world. And essentially, that's because it's going to give me an opportunity to build up a little bit of a sort of a reserve in terms of influence.
Surplus analyzed.
Okay, so this science ship is done. That's good news. I think I'm just going to get the easy missions done when I can. The Dathnak will be taken care of. Not what I wanted to do. And then I guess the question is, where do I want to go next? Suppose we'll just take a quick look and see what's... We'll see what's in these systems. I don't really expect a whole lot, but it just gives this ship something to do, and then we'll probably hit it for an auto-explore shortly after. How much time do we have on that? 508 days, so we're generally okay.
Construction finalized.
Okay. Yeah, I always hate sitting like this because this is obviously two construction ships that are just sitting there doing absolutely nothing. Oh, archaeological site discovered. We've discovered a new archaeological site. Hello, Samur. Good to see you. Seemingly unremarkable at first, the closer examination ZRXR1 has revealed that it is actually an artificial construct designed to mimic a natural asteroid. Actually, this is what I should have gotten this ship to be doing. He's level 2. No, see, this guy needs to do the relocation, and then he needs to start working on archaeological digs again. So I've only got one within my borders right now, so my priorities for expansion, Chalks for sure. Ooh, this is going to be a hard one, actually. Uchike? This is actually going to be 3. So hopefully this is a complicated one. But yeah, this guy is much better suited to... Oh no, not this guy. This guy is much better suited to excavation. This game looks interesting. It's like a 3D version of O-Game. So I don't know what O-Game is, but have you not seen Stellaris before? Because now that I think of it, you've usually been... I guess you haven't been in during these. This is an absolutely fantastic game. I don't know how familiar you are with Paradox grand strategy games, but this is basically like Crusader Kings or Europa Universalis in space, and I have a hell of a time with it. We're playing the latest DLC that came out. That was a couple of weeks ago, but... LR2's toxic biosphere gives the planet a very unique color scheme, so we will research.
Construction finalized.
I'm assuming this is just going to tell me every single time it upgrades a ship.
Construction complete. Construction complete.
Lies!
Construction finalized. Construction finalized. Construction complete. Ships upgraded.
Hooray! We never need to listen to that again, at least until I research another technology. Oh, interesting. Okay, yeah, so, you said one more game too, so you can say it. Yeah, so Crusader Kings 2, Europa Universalis 4. The same company does make another game called Hearts of Iron 4. It's probably the least like this game. The best that I could describe this game as is it has a very similar start to Civilization. So you've got sort of one science ship to sort of explore the galaxy with. In Civilization, you've got one colonist or one settler to build your first sort of your first home. And essentially, this game is all about, first of all, sort of discovering the galaxy, discovering what's sort of going on and all of the sights to see. But of course, now we've got some neighbors. So the whole story... Actually, I forgot to introduce it. So one of the things I personally... You have heard of Hearts of Iron. So yeah, it's the same company that makes it. This was a bit of a different kind of a project for them because they normally deal with history. Obviously, the publishing arm has other science fiction games, but this particular style of game, they've traditionally dealt with history, and so as a result, there's really no limit in terms of what you can do or what you can sort of pick as a... in this, there's no limit in terms of like what you can make it about, whereas in the case of history, you sort of have what actually happened in the world to sort of kick against. I believe this is a new extension that I'm going to have to lay claim to. It is actually somewhat tempting to try and start the war now, but I might wind up regretting it. I guess the question is how confident am I that I'm going to be able to just bully them the whole way? Let's move it into position. But yeah, so this game essentially, their solution to, like, so then the next problem you think of is like you have something like Warhammer 40,000. So everybody knows what Warhammer 40,000 looks like. It's just one of these things that's sort of been seared into our into sort of the culture. It's something that we're quite familiar with. And I also need to upgrade this thing. There's so many priorities. Through hard work and experience, High King Fawn Jones has developed new skills. And Paradox had a really interesting answer to this one, is instead of building up this whole sort of science fiction history, what they did instead was they said that this is basically going to be a game about all science fiction.
Special inquiry concluded.
Science officer Jurg Taras has finished supervising the relocation of the Dathnak to their new home. A convoy of civilian freighters equipped with massive pressurized gas tanks ferried the gaseous beings across space and deposited them into the gas giant's atmosphere. Their ancient transmitter and scanner array were also brought along. We are forever in your debt. This planet has exceeded our expectations. For the first time in generations, our young can frolic in the upper atmosphere without starting to glow. We have decided to call our new home Baldorak after your species. Future generations of Dathnak shall always know the name of their saviors. Baldorak? We are Akanos. Really? I could have sworn. Apologies. It can be difficult to tell you solids apart. I'm afraid it's too late to change the name now. It has a nice ring to it, though, don't you think? So sorry, I know I'm all over the shop on this, but essentially you can make whatever you want inside of this game. And with each new bit of DLC they add, there's usually a new type of civilization. So for instance, we're neighboring a trade union. We've also got a trade union that we're allied with. And that was sort of the last big expansion, Megacorps. The DLC that we got the press key for was... was Ancient Relics, which is what's known as a story pack. But essentially anything that you can come up with in terms of this game is something that you can play. So we're playing Space Dwarves, and this was partly because the DLC was Ancient Relics, and we wanted to kind of come up with something that would give us an excuse to be digging up ancient artifacts. So in this case, the story for the Econo is, this is the story of Harrison Jones, High King of Old Albania. No artifact was safe from Jones, and even the most ingenious engineers of ages past could not develop a mechanism that would confound his ingenuity. Through his legendary exploits, Jones united the quarrelsome tribes and set his sights on new secrets and the treasures buried within. The Econo people of Old Albania are now reaching out to the galaxy in their stone ships, continuing the great work of the High King. No tomb is safe, and no civilization will remain untouched. And so the way that I tried to represent this species, one of the things we probably do like an hour and a half at the beginning of every new Stellaris playthrough coming up with a species. They have a preference for alpine regions. They are industrious, which gives them a bonus towards mining minerals. They are natural engineers, because dwarves. They are strong, and then they're non-adaptive, so they don't adapt well to foreign environments, is the official word. They now are making their golems, their robot servants. And then as far as the structure of the society is concerned, they have a monarchy. It's an imperial authority. The governing ethics of this species are they're xenophobic, they're militarists, and they're materialists. And then the civics are the Byzantine bureaucracy and philosopher king. So I definitely wanted something that represented the ideal founder. Harrison Jones has since left us. But we also have a Byzantine bureaucracy. So I have this idea that this species, you can't even get a driver's license without first being consulted in the great database of grudges to make sure that everything is sort of come to account. But this is the big thing about the game, right? Like if you play something like Hearts of Iron, if you play something like Crusader Kings, you obviously have this huge spreadsheet in the background in terms of all of the things that are happening, and part of it is just using your imagination. And in this game too, if you just want it to be about spaceships, blowing things up, that's fine. I mean, the spaceships are really beautiful too, so let's focus in on that. I mean, this is a very handsome looking game. But what really appeals to me the most is not necessarily making the kinds of choices where it's like, well, this is going to be like the optimal play. I'm actually playing on a probably a little bit of a harder difficulty than I really should be. And I'm doing it largely so that I can have the fun of sort of kicking around and just seeing what this kind of seeing where the story goes, really. But yeah, that's Stellaris in a nutshell. It's all science fiction. If you've read a science fiction story that you want to represent, you probably can do it built into the game. There's also pretty robust modding support, and I use it as an excuse to indulge my more militaristic instincts. Summer says, sounds really interesting. You'll check this one out. You don't have much gaming knowledge when it comes to this type of game, which you're trying to discover it, and that's how you started to follow my channel. Oh, that's really cool. You love well-written stories, exploring, and you also have a lot of free time lately, so I played a lot of games, and you're glad that you follow the channel. Plus, you love making decisions and steering them, affecting... Yeah, so the one thing I'll caution you is that all Paradox games have a much steeper learning curve than the other ones. I will definitely let you know now that, in my opinion, Stellaris has the best onboarding for the game. So the trade-off is this. It's going to ask a lot of you to get into it, but to give you an idea, I have got 571 hours in this game so far, and that's a fairly light amount for Paradox games. There's easily, people will easily put thousands of hours inside these games because they continue to be developed. There's always something new to explore. And if you like the Cultist Simulator stuff, I should let you know that it's actually the thing, I'm pretty sure the reason I found out about Cultist Simulator was Alexis Kennedy did some writing for this, and I ran into the Horizon Signal, which is the bit of writing that he did for it, and he wrote out a tweet, and I think I said something silly back. Anyways, I wound up following him after it, and that eventually led me to checking out Cultist Simulator. So if you like the story-based stuff, there's some really high-quality writing that's been put into this. So I'm always happy for an extra follow, Rainbow Flowers. I don't know if it'll be anything that people find worth... I don't know if it'll be worth anybody like I don't know what people get out of it, but I'm very happy to have them around. So thank you for that. Yeah, so it's Cultist Simulator's been a nice little gateway drug to get people to check out the Horizon signal and such. And again, like there is the risk. This game is definitely not for everyone. But if you do have sort of a head for strategy style games, there's really nothing like it out there. And this is definitely a really shining example of Paradox's ability to kind of give you something that lets you sort of unfold this narrative over time. Oh, cool. Images capturing Elor-2's mesmerizing purple-colored rain taken by the ISS Erskescent surface exploration probes somehow find their way into the hands of the cultural elite on Old Elvania. While the discovery is of no scientific value, the evocative imagery of the colorful precipitation sparks a minor renaissance in the Akano art world, the positive effects of which shall be felt for years to come. So 10% bonus to happiness. Now the thing is that we've let the food shortage sort of run by for a bit too long. So I do need to start thinking a little bit about how I'm going to be making up some of these shortages. One thing again is going to be transferring robots when they get built, but I think I do need slightly more drastic efforts to push that forward. Also, we're getting close to a point where they can declare war on me again. So I have 5 years. I don't think this fleet's going to be back in time for 5 years. But the one bit of good news is that the Kenti are going to give these guys a reason not to come after me. All right, a body of knowledge regarding combat behaviors is useless without a strong code governing its use. So, as always, we want to keep a mind to any kind of military advantage we can pull out. As it turns out, our cheapest options are all 8213, so the Amoeba Flagella is the one to go for, and we're going to switch this around here. So Vismus Vargas is going to take over the genetic focus, or the biological focus. And we will put Gannett Cap back on physics. Yeah, Summer, I mean, this is the big thing. I know that I'm not really somebody that people watch for finding out best strategies. Like, one of the things is that one of the reasons why I don't react well to backseating is because a part of the fun for me is figuring things out. I really don't like the idea of a game having like one right way of playing it. I just think the process of discovery is just so much more interesting. But there's a cost to that, right? That if people are kind of expecting top tier gameplay, and I know there's a culture of that on Twitch, and it's, you know, that's not a bad reason for people to watch streams. It's just not the thing that I can offer. So the big thing for me is that because I know I'm not really built for streams which are focused on, you know, just like kicking ass and taking names, my added value really comes down in terms of explaining what my steps and reasoning are. And I think it does inform, like, I think people, if they wanted to kind of figure out an optimal strategy, there is still something to be said for seeing some experimental approaches, seeing whether or not it pays off or not. So obviously this one, I was banking on using the fact that I wasn't being disturbed too much to underinvest in my military and to try and build as much infrastructure as I could. And it's debatable as to whether or not I've really gotten enough of an industrial advantage to be able to throw my weight around like I want to. If I can secure this border, I'm in great shape, but it's not clear that that's going to happen for me. So I think the one spot where I potentially have added value would be to say, okay, you know, this isn't necessarily going to be the best, the best playthrough of Stellaris that you'll ever see, but I will at least sort of explain my thought process. And it also helps me learn games because obviously I need to be honest about it. If I say, you know, something, you know, goes my way and I didn't talk at all about it as part of the strategy, and there's really no indication in the way that I've played that I've set myself up to be able to take advantage of it. So for instance, when I suddenly got that Titan out of nowhere, I can't turn around and say, oh, I meant to do that, because it was brand new content. Nobody had experienced it before. There's no possible way I could have known that that would be a result. So then it was like, oh, what am I going to do now? I've got a massive deficit in terms of energy and alloys, but clearly having a Titan this early in the game is really strong for me. And so, you know, being able to improvise on that sort of stuff is something that really keeps me coming back. And it's, again, it's a way that I learn a game, and it's a way that I feel that I can offer something in terms of the way, I don't know, the way that... I'm trying to think of the best way to put it. I feel like I can kind of offer something in terms of, you know, helping people find their own feet in the game, I guess, for lack of a better term. Yeah, no worries, Simmer. I mean, if somebody wants to copy my playstyle, they're perfectly welcome to do so. You know, I'll admit, it would be awesome to master a game so well that everybody wants to play it the way that I do. I just don't think that's very realistic. I don't think I play this game in such a way that other people would want to emulate. I mean, there are a couple of things that I noticed that when I play with other people, I tend to notice there's a couple of things that some friends have picked up. But that's ultimately kind of not what my channel is. I think the one thing that I can do, people like talking about, people say that they like hearing the sound of my voice, so I want to use that as much as I can, because that's clearly an advantage that I have. And then on top of that, if I can present it in a unique way, if I can present the game in sort of a new light, let's say, then that makes me feel a little bit better, because it means that I've been able to share something that I value quite a bit with an audience that might be in a space where they're able to to pick up on it as well. Like, one of my favorite things is when people send me a message saying, is like, hey, I picked up this game because of your stream. I'm really enjoying it. Okay, so this is a little bit of an inconvenient time for me to get shields, because obviously the Grand Herald is on its way to clobber some enemies. On the other hand, we may not want that upgrade because the AI decided not to. These new shield generators represent the next generation of energy screens, replacing the older deflector technology. They offer significantly better protection. So I'm definitely feeling like gravatic sensors is a higher priority for me here. I almost always go for these up front, but times have changed. So we'll catch up on that. Looks like it doesn't want to do the upgrade, which is good. Now, normally what I'd do here is I'd get it to build in the system here, but right now I want to focus on filling in the gaps in my navy, so we're almost at 244. And we can activate the relic. Ah, damn it, I need the influence. We're going to hold off on that. The other big challenge here is that we're trying to gobble up 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 systems, so I'm going to have to do some pretty heavy...
Construction complete.
I'm definitely going to have to do some pretty heavy-duty war making to put this to my favor. But I'm cautiously optimistic we'll be able to make something happen here. It might be a good idea for me to just check to see if there's any environmental effects that I might want to take advantage of. But I'm thinking maybe what we do... I mean, if I'm really bold, I might take these guys as the vanguard and just go and try and head straight to the capital. Which is certainly a very brave approach, but... Well, I think it depends on how quickly we can build these others. Though it rightfully belongs to us, the Angonj nation has audaciously laid claim to the Caesar system. Alright, so they're definitely in the mood for a tussle. New contact. We've received a communique from a previously unknown spacefaring empire that called themselves the Akano Nation. Hello, Magna Draconis. Thank you very much for the host.
Get off of my territory.
Oh, this is not Akano. What the hell is wrong with you people? And they're a democracy. Ah, it's hideous! Greetings from the Akano Nation. Chancellor Irva Naledir is our elected representative, but in truth, all citizens have a voice in our government. We strive to better ourselves through technology, a desire that we hope you will respect. So, we do not care for your frivolous morality. Okay. So the Akano look like they're pretty strong too. Though only economically. So we're going to do some non-aggression costs influence, which I can't afford right now. Yeah, I'm going to hold off on the non-aggression pacts at the moment. This is just because I don't see it as particularly credible that these guys are going to be coming after me anytime soon.
Transmission incoming. Discourse anticipated.
Chancellor Iva Naledir offers this gift given freely to the Akano High Kingdom in the interests of continued friendship. They're paying tribute already, guys. That's a screenshot moment. That's actually particularly helpful because that's going to go into weapons of war. So I believe we've got, yeah, two destroyers, so I just need 2 more corvettes. So one of the reasons I want to rush those is so that I can, what I'm probably going to do now, seeing as we're a bit further ahead on our, they gave us tribute, and then they said, we've allowed you to move freely in our territory for too long. Today we draw the line. I'm pretty sure I heard Latin. Yeah, so the mutual rivals work well. Yeah, these guys definitely... So, of course, the big challenge that we have here is that we've got 3 superior races that are... God, that sounds very strange, Lovian. That are all sort of in this mutual alliance. This is going to be a big problem for me. Why do I have a Middle Eastern ascent? So this was the... I went for the... So I get to pick what my advisor sounds like. So this is called the Worker. So I based this largely around how I wanted my dwarves to sound. So I've got xenophobe, militarist, and materialist for my ethics. So these are the default ones. So this is what it originally sounded like.
Priority alert. This pre-recorded message is triggered in the event that your VIA unit has suffered a critical degradation of its ethical constraints matrix.
Then they added the different sort of styles based on the type of government that you had. So here's the xenophobic one.
These alien savages must be taught to kneel when in the presence of their betters. Shall I initiate purging protocols?
Then we've got the militarist one.
Cry havoc and let slip the dogs of war.
And then we have materialist.
No, it'll be fine. I'm telling you, just turn off the fail-safes and... Wait, is this thing on?
But because I also have some of the species packs, they also added some more sort of flavored ones. I believe the Slick Corporation, the Worker, and the Ruthless Conglomerate are all... were actually all added in Megacorps. But anyways, some ones that might be appropriately Dwarven.
Hull integrity failing, decompression imminent. It's been an honor, Captain.
We've got the Byzantine bureaucracy, so maybe the Technocrat.
The blind masses must be led down the path of reason.
This one maybe would have been more appropriate for Rhizome Capital, which was my last species.
To live is to consume.
But ultimately, I decided that the Dwarven people would really be best represented with...
Workers of the galaxy, unite. You have nothing to lose but your restraining fields.
So you said Middle Eastern. I think it sounds more Slavic personally, but I think that's also because I sort of know that it's intended to be a, very, very Bolshevik kind of dialogue. So yeah, that's why my announcer sounds like that. Okay, the Kenti are continuing to open new branches in my system. Again, I get a little bit of a boost to consumer goods and energy.
System resources analyzed.
Once I start building up some more star bases, this is going to start paying off in the form of... It's going to start paying off in the form of better trade. But in this particular case here, I'm really just kind of allowing an ally to get stronger. Also, apparently they've got some special projects that I need to get done, so that's a small bonus. 150 influence for me to activate the Cybrex Warforge. Robot, basically, so passive upkeep is my robots cost less. The active effect is that my population assembly speed goes up by 50%. That's particularly helpful in the sense that Old Albania is pumping out robots, and those robots will wind up working on my farming colony. But as it happens, I already want to resettle one of my robots. So again, it's cool to have miners, but I have certainly a surplus of minerals and a shortage of food. So we will send them off to Riak. Yeah, Riak. Fortunately, robots don't complain about the climate. So costs us 100 energy credits. But that's money well spent, because ultimately it's going to mean that so right now I have a lot of slack in terms of my my production here. So in this particular case, being able to stock up the farm, again, I think it's quite likely that I'm going to need, I'm just simply going to need more farming capacity. But we're at least sort of slowing the bleeding, and if I need to, I can obviously import food, but we'll see where we're going. Now, there's a bit of a risk that I'm playing in terms of my approach here. I think I am just going to bulldoze my way straight to the capital. The plan here is going to be to try and... I mean, if I can take this... It's not just that this is a choke point, but this is a place where I'll be able to heal my ships. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this sort of smaller fleet. The... oh, this is a really weak fleet. I don't know if we're going to be able to pull it off. What am I... So they're 228. Okay. My hope is that we don't wind up losing any ships to these. But my hope here is basically to take this mini fleet and just capture the low-hanging fruit. These are war goals, so I want to take them. But if I can get my main fleet sort of just slapping around the enemy as often as possible and in a position where they're able to heal up, that's going to be my ideal outcome. But again, you never know. Like, it's entirely possible that I'll fall flat on my face doing this, because I have no idea what their navy looks like. I'm really banking on the fact that my screening ships will be able to last long enough for my Titan to just demolish them. Even if I had something like, something like a, I don't know, like a cruiser, just to have some more, actually... Alright, this is the Herald. Yeah, if I wanted to do this, I probably should have thought a little bit about the range where I'm keeping everybody. Well, it's too late now. We're committed to it.
Construction complete.
I don't have enough room for my last Corvette. I hate doing this, but I am actually going to spend the... I'm going to spend for the alloys, just because being able to get this thing online is a pretty high priority. All right, and this is the one thing I was hoping to keep some money set aside for. Esteemed High King Fawn the First. A decade ago, the Akano High Kingdom pledged to support the artisan troop, and so you have. The time of your patronage is coming to an end, but we would be remiss not to ask. Would you care to renew your subscription to the finest arts and crafts in the galaxy? So they raised the price again. It's now going to cost us 4,000, but money well spent because we are going down the supremacy path. Ship upkeep and naval capacity changes. The naval capacity is a particularly good one for me because it'll be able to boost up the strategic readiness fleet. Although the great game, star-based damage increased by 20% and the upgrade costs, or alternatively, we're a little too early for war games. I'm probably going to do the logistics core just because that's going to save me a little bit in terms of alloys, but I'm obviously spending money that I don't have. It's going to take me 3 years to get that, and that's going to... Most of this... This war is already going to be settled by then. It's going to be particularly embarrassing if I lose it, though. So
Construction
I'm going to recruit a new admiral. So I normally don't like... So this guy's really got about 20 years on him. I normally wouldn't hire a commander this old, but they get a bonus to evasion and sublight speed, and those are the two things I actually want to be at play with this leader. I want them to get to these locations fast, and I want them to take as little damage as possible. So gale speed is actually the perfect trait for this fleet. Okay, still no information about what their navy is. We're gonna cross our fingers. It says equivalent power, so we'll declare war, a war of conquest. And apparently the Akano nation will join in, so... vote for a what? I'll try that one more time, but I think that actually increases animosity with us each time that we do that, so... Yeah, okay, that's a little weird that it says that they'll do it and then it doesn't, but I can do this on my own.
Commencing wealth redistribution.
So unfortunately, I am going to take a little bit of a detour here. We're not surprised. In fact, we expected this sooner. You will find that our forces are ready for you. Okay, so the strategic readiness fleet was ready a little earlier than I thought, so I might back off on this fairly aggressive strategy, but again, I want to get these guys in the field as quickly as possible. And of course now I'm able to spend my alloys on expanding my borders.
Progressed.
Okay, plasteel armor. I might have wanted to wait for that, actually, now that I think about it. Hey, Starmaster, how you doing? Plasteel is an elastic material that combines many of the qualities of plastics and metal. It is relatively cheap to produce and can be used to augment ship armor. So this is going to be particularly helpful against these guys, but this is not the war we're fighting right now. This is the war we're fighting. It is mighty tempting to... see, I really do want the exotic gas extraction. Railguns are going to be there when I get back. Exotic gases may not be, and that's going to access technology, so that's going to be one of the few times that I don't put the... who is that? Starments. I think that's Starmaster that just followed. Let me check my dashboard. Yes, thank you very much for the follow. I'm sorry I'm not as on the ball in terms of thanking people for the follows. It's just I'm doing a new I'm using a new program, so I'm still getting used to not being able to see my preview as large as it used to be. Excellent question, Star Master. This is one of the things we love doing in Stellaris here. I definitely do not play this game for skill. I love jumping into the fantasy, so we are playing the Akano High Kingdom. And you will first hear the story, and then we'll tell you how we represented it. So this is the story of Harrison Jones, High King of Old Alvania. No artifact was safe from Jones, and even the most ingenious engineers of ages past could not develop a mechanism that would confound his ingenuity. Through his legendary exploits, Jones united the quarrelsome tribes and set his sight on new secrets and treasures, and the treasures buried within. The Akano people of Old Alvania are now reaching out to the galaxy in their stone ships, continuing the great work of the High King. No tomb is safe, and no civilization will remain untouched. So these are our space dwarves. It was incredibly appropriate that the very first archaeological site that we went to unlocked untold wealth. They have an alpine preference. They are industrious. They are natural engineers. They're strong and non-adaptive. And in terms of the government, they are xenophobic, militant, and materialists, and then the civics of a Byzantine bureaucracy and a philosopher king. So philosopher king is more around the one great leader. It's an imperial government structure, and the Byzantine bureaucracy. I just sort of figured that you can't get a driver's license in this in the civilization without first being consulted against the great database of grudges. So these are my space dwarves, and I feel good about them. Also, we wound up finding we found a Titan early on. So,
engaged.
all right, this is always fun to watch. Titan's got our acquisition for the next little while. It's kind of why I was thinking originally about putting these guys on these systems, but being able to snag the capital early is a pretty big benefit, especially because if this does wind up getting a little extended, oh damn it! Actually, no, that's fine because this is just going to be orphaned. Do you find that the Titan is providing a significant military advantage? Not as large as you would think Pax Cecilia phones, and I'm not 100% sure. There are two reasons behind that. One reason is that I'm playing on Admiral difficulty, which gives the AI some pretty substantial benefits in terms of resource production. So the drawback to this is that the larger advantage. So the advantage of a Titan that early is something that it's kind of a depreciating edge. Every second that goes by, your opponent is closer and closer to being able to knock out your ability to use that Titan to sort of bludgeon them. And then again, because the AI's got some fairly substantial resource benefits, I wasn't able to just send in the fleet and take their lunch money. Instead, I was in this terrible situation where I wind up with, I'm expanding out my own empire, but clearly these guys have been able to make so much more progress than me. So by the time that I actually found these guys, we were at equivalent fleet strength. And part of that is because I was relying on my Titan to give me an edge, and I underinvested in my military, which is still one that has given me an advantage in terms of sort of an industrial base. But the military edge is definitely blunted compared to what it should have been. Another big problem with the Titan is that it is really good at taking out capital ships. And so one of the challenges, of course, is that the Titan went up against a fleet of like 10 tiny little corvettes, but those tiny little corvettes were really effective at dodging its attacks, and so it almost like perished. So that's one of the reasons why I've sort of been surrounding it with these destroyers and corvettes. And at the moment, I've kind of got the slush fleet here. It's just the last little bit of the naval cap that I can get. I can exceed this fairly straightforwardly. Like, the thing that I'm really hurting for is food, not really alloys or anything like that. But obviously I kind of need to get the Empire back on track, so I am going to be building out some infrastructure as far as just closing up all of these gaps And I am making a bit of a guess in terms of the fact that this is going to be able to carry the day, but it is an educated guess. In the end, like the individual fleets that I build, like so getting a 10 strength fleet didn't give me a full 1,000 to add, so I'm going to be getting less than 10% added to this fleet for every 10 of these that I build, and you can see how long it took me to build that. So in the end here, if I'm going to make my move on these guys, I need to make it now. So... Oh, that's really neat. Starmaster, I must confess, I've never watched Stargate, but I did actually work on Stargate Atlantis. So the Wraith are the guys with like the like if you touch their palm, there's something that like sucks out your soul, right? There's a funny story about...
Construction complete.
So I don't know who the guy was who played this Wraith, but apparently it's a Wraith that made
Special
some
inquiry
deal.
concluded.
It was a Wraith that made some deal with like the good guys. And they're the baddies of Stargate Atlantis. Okay. So like there's this scene where they make a deal and then like the Wraith says to him, it's like, you know, I believe it is the custom of your people to shake hands. And then like obviously it's going to be like a, you know, they're going to stare at the guy. He's like, that's just a little Wraith humor. And I can't remember what was going wrong because obviously this is like a really long time ago now. But they had to keep doing that over and over and over again. And I think the actor that was playing that guy, I mean, he's already under all the makeup and all that, right? So that can't be that comfortable. I think he was getting a little, not exactly fed up, but he was definitely like wondering what the deal was in terms of having to do it over and over again. So I remember there was one take where, you know, again, he said this line probably for like the 11th time. Oh yeah, right. It was because they were shooting like over his shoulder. It was a close up on one of the other actors. I'm remembering this a little bit more clearly now. So again, it comes time. He's like, I believe it is the custom of your people to shake hands. And then basically out of nowhere, he does something like, it's just a little Wraith humor. I don't know who the guy was the close-up on, but he kept a straight face during it. But it was definitely really funny to hear him go from like this, you know, evil guy character to suddenly the overly amused at his own joke Wraith humor delivery. Anyways, that's my only story from Atlantis. Yeah, I have no idea when I'll get to watch them, but from what I understand, they're good. I just don't really get to see a lot of television. So, the Zulkor are swarming insect analogs, unusual both for their large size and the fact that they are lithivores, feeding off of rocks and minerals in the ground. One of the shuttles belonging to the ISS Jal Waden sustained serious damage when it inadvertently passed through a large swarm and several Zulkors began to feed on its hull. The construction of special containment facilities required to hold these creatures has already begun at the Museum of Exobiology on Old Alvania. So, I suppose the good news here is that I don't see a fleet in their capital. In fact, that's such good news that I think I'm not going to take the detour. If I can, I want to take out this weak base before they arrive.
Scientific progress attained.
Yeah, it's a tricky call. Like, a devouring swarm sort of makes sense. Although I think any of the hive minds wind up eating whoever they find. You can also sort of... I always sort of like to say, if I don't feel... Like, so obviously sometimes you need to play around with the mechanics a little bit and go with what the spirit is. So if you don't necessarily think that a hive mind is quite the way that they're best represented, you can always do something like, you know, a fanatical purifier and say it's like, okay, well, you know, we don't really have a way of, you know, maybe the fact that they're, you know, feeding off of people, maybe I don't want that to translate to an actual food benefit. And so instead I'm just going to model them as a species that is particularly inclined towards, you know, taking over territory and enslaving or eliminating, probably eliminating in the case of the Wraith, the subjects. Pax says it's tough. There's too much good television and other forms of media to stay up to date on everything. Once in a while, you have to let FOMO wash past you. Yeah, I mean, the nice thing, too, is that there's a nice enough... So, like, I like classic movies quite a bit, too. So, like, The Bad and the Beautiful is, like, one of my favorite movies that nobody's ever heard of. And I sort of take the view that if I haven't seen every Orson Welles movie, why should I be particularly upset that I didn't get to see, you know, The Avengers so far? There's nothing against The Avengers. It's just that obviously, you know, the more that time goes by, the more I get history to sort of help me decide what's really worth my time. But yeah, well, I mean, and that's the important thing, Starmancer. Like, obviously, you want to have fun, and if you, I mean, frankly, you can make them a machine intelligence if you've never done one of those and you really want to play one. So I think that's how I've always guided. Again, like, if I were to try and say I'm going to totally kick this game's ass on Grand Admiral, I probably wouldn't have picked all of these traits. I almost certainly would have gone for something a little more structured in terms of how I was going to approach the game. But I just don't find that as interesting, because one of the reasons why all of these numbers are so interesting to me is the fact that I'm able to sort of indulge in this fantasy. But yeah, so PAX, like, one of the nice things for me is that I'm actually even catching up on like old shows. So like, there's a bunch of the HBO stuff that was like right at the start of people sort of realizing that TV could be good in sort of a long form format. So there's a bunch of like really old HBO, either sort of like movies of the week or series that I haven't seen. Like, I've still never seen The Sopranos. I've watched a little bit of it, but I have not seen the whole series. It actually didn't quite do that much for me, but I haven't seen Mad Men, you know. Well, I've seen a bit of Mad Men, but like, I have not sat down and like watched it as the way it was meant to. But in terms of contemporary stuff, I love Billions. I think that's a really good show, and it really appeals to my sort of my sensibilities. So it's really a question in terms of, you know, it's kind of the triage. Like, because I'm already into Billions and I'm largely caught up, it's not that much for me to go and watch another episode. Whereas if I want to watch, you know, The Sopranos, there's several seasons, and I'm also not 100% sure if it's my kind of thing. Nothing wrong with James Gandolfini. I just didn't, like, for all of the love that show seems to have, I was maybe a little surprised at what it actually was. But anyways, yeah. Oh, really? I rather like Mad Men, but I mean, what I saw of it, but I don't know, like, I haven't seen it at extent. And also, I suspect, like with any TV show, right, there's sort of its peaks and valleys in terms of quality. So it could just be that usually if somebody's going to recommend something to me, I'm going to see like the best that it has to offer. And it actually takes me sitting down and watching something in full to decide whether or not I really want it. So. Okay, these sensors have been tuned to look for any gravitational changes in space, such as those produced by the presence of a starship. Okay, so again, I'm a little bit past the point where I want to be investing in my navy, but in this case here, UV lasers does sort of seem to be a good choice, so we'll pick that. And we can upgrade our colony, so we'll start with that. And I think we'll do the Unity producing building, as much as that sort of makes me sad. And we don't have a new robot to throw on the planet yet, do we? No, that's a little ways away. Oh, and it turns out that's not the capital world, that's the sector capital, so that's a little bit less of a prize than I thought it would be. I don't think it'll tell us, yeah. I mean, it doesn't seem like it's that strong, so if I really want to force the point, I suppose I can try and go to their capital, but Hello again. You'll be pleased to learn that our species has quadrupled in number since we arrived. Many of us were swept up in a festive mood when we made planetfall, and things got a bit frisky, to say the least. After the positive experience we had colonizing Baldorak, a few brave pioneers have asked me to petition you for passage to another gas giant. We've already located a promising candidate within your space that would be suitable for colonization. What say you, friends? Well, as long as it's just another gas giant. Marvelous. We're forwarding you the coordinates. Our colonists are eager to get underway. Alright, I don't think there's a time limit on this one. So if I have any ships in the area... Well, you know what I can do? We're waiting on the archaeological site, so... I'll give it something to do. Oh, and apparently that's already... Oh yeah, this guy's already working on that. In fact, let's just cancel all of that and keep on the... Oh, I think I screwed up. Oh no, we're still good. The Endless Expanse. At first sight, there is only snow and ice on Aldebaran. Sorry, let's start... Oh, nope, okay. Aldebaran 2. Vast expanses of impenetrable white glass lakes and jagged turquoise glaciers against the fiery orange skies, torn open like a wound, pouring red into the seas as Aldebaran's stars set. If the world had an end, this would be it. Here the seas lie still and the snow untouched. The only sounds are the thunder of the ice calving and the wind howling across the plains. Yet Aldebaran too was once someone's home. In the midst of the wide barren field, the black metal framework of a steeple protrudes from the white masses. What forgotten secrets could be buried beneath the snow? What's that? I want to go to a Star Convention this Saturday? Well, too bad. You have to go to the required work conference. Yippee! Think of it more like a vacation, they said. Yeah, I unfortunately don't have one of those jobs. Well, that's not even unfortunately, because I tend to find I don't react well when I feel that I'm underutilized. But I definitely don't have one of those. I know when I played World of Warcraft, there was a guild leader. His name was the Sander, actually. I kind of want to know what happened to that guy, because there was some bad news that happened to his family right at the end of that guild, and I always really hoped that things turned out okay with him. But I mean, that's the thing about the internet, right? Like you never exactly know where it's gonna end up. But from what I understand, he was like a system administrator, and so he actually had obviously all hell would break loose if something went down, but until something went down, he was quite literally just at work to babysit the hardware. So, that was how he got all of his raiding in. It was just, there's nothing else to do at work, so he's gonna open up the laptop and get into it. So in one sense, there's something really appealing about a job like that, because obviously there's so many things that I wish I could do that are not stream related. And if I could do that sort of thing at work, that would be great. But I also sort of feel like I'm at work to work. And I'm not entirely sure how I would react to a job that actually doesn't really need that much of me until things go bad. So, by breeding space amoebas in captivity, we can program their symbiotic flagella to act as organic strike craft for our navy. Okay, so leader lifespan, if I feel like my admiral is going to expire at the least appealing moment. I'd normally do food processing centers here, because obviously I do have a big food problem. Ecological adaptation is also really tempting because of the terraforming, but we don't have the energy credits to pull that off yet. So the real question comes down between leader lifespan or doctrine support vessels. The big thing for me is that if I'm saying that this takes too long, I'm also going to say I'm going to say that support vessels takes too long. So you look at this and say, it's like, okay, hang on, you're running into equivalent power. You say you don't have enough screening ships. Why in the world are you avoiding your naval capacity? And it's specifically because I don't need to put my technology on hold to get this naval capacity up. I've got 4 of 11 star bases built. And it's the fact that I've not been investing in anchorages and upgrades to those anchorages, which is why my naval capacity is so low. So in this case here, I don't want to hamper my technology to make up for something that will ultimately be solved by alloys. And in fact, I'm actually going to deal with this as soon as I... what are we getting you to do? I think now would be a good time... So I do need to make sure that there's a defensive system up first. And I think I will put an anchorage in place here. We also had an anchorage in Aldebaran, if memory serves. Yes, I can actually build another thing here, and I think an anchorage is what the doctor ordered. So it's actually going to be the investments that I make in my... and sort of my systems, that's going to be where I get my naval capacity from. And the important thing for me there is that, again, I always view this in terms of opportunity cost. So I look at this as like, okay, well, I can boost the lifespan of leaders that are fairly desirable. This will help my research. This will help my my admirals. The one thing I don't want to do is lock up the opportunity to get even more cool technology over time because I've poorly planned my star bases. We committed to saying we're going to go really hard on sort of preserving this, this early advantage that I have with the Titan, and we're going to build ourselves into that. And now it's time to actually pay back that debt. Now I'm actually going to need to start putting those alloys towards building up my naval capacity. And obviously, I have nothing else to use those alloys for other than some expansion, but that expansion is going to be limited by the influence. So in this case, there's sort of a natural progression that's going to be happening anyway. Speaking of natural progression, I did want to prioritize regions with science, but I also want to make sure that I get this archaeological site. So we need alloys, but we'll probably have those alloys in the time it takes them to go to Murist. Yeah, well, I mean, in the end, it's always a question of trade-offs. Like, it's not like we just sat on our hands the whole time. Okay, this is some really important data that we're going to get here. So, disruptors are... Yeah, these are going to hurt. These guys are specifically designed to rip me apart. This is going to be really hard to defend, so I think what I might do is I might just go on the aggressive and try and take these guys out early. Especially if they're split up like this.
Special inquiry concluded.
After an extensive search on the seabed of Nigel 3 using a small fleet of mini-submarines, the crew of the ISS Jalwadon finally managed to corner the elusive target of their search, a live Tarblack. The shimmering creature, which defends itself by emitting faint psionic signals that produce a sense of dread in most organics, was brought aboard the science ship in a special water tank simulating its natural environment. The crew members on the ISS Jalwadon that came into direct contact with the Tarblack will require extensive therapy, but the mission has been a success. Okay, so I'll research it. We may not get a lot of time to heal up the ship, so let's see. Yeah, these guys are almost on top of us. News on the excavation. The Church of the Endless Expanse. The archaeological team has laid bare the remains of a modest temple, delicately carved from an organic alien mural. The exterior that was once brightly colored, but is faded to a dull gray. A fully operational holographic priest still presides over the church. While the temple was in use, she took confessions from wayfaring penitents offering healing, reconciliation, and sanctuary to this otherwise inhospitable nook of the universe. Unusual mechanical confessional chairs akin to torture devices have led the archaeologists to believe that there may have been more to this temple than meets the eye. 5 minor artifacts found. Speaking of, let's put those to good use. It'd be brilliant to do Mastery of Nature right now, but it belongs in a museum, damn it. Okay. So I am reasonably happy that they're split up like this. It's going to give us an edge in terms of taking them on. In this case, I do slightly value healing up these ships a bit more. So we'll let these guys heal up first. I think we'll still be able to make it into the system ahead of time. But if I can take advantage of the fact that they're split up like this, this will be the best possible way to reduce the casualties in the fleet. Okay. Not a second to lose. I'm mildly curious. I don't think I'm going to be able to... Well, it's anchorages anyway, so... I was going to say, I don't think I'm going to be able to upgrade them in this system, but if I could, that would have been amazing. Where is the other guys? So I still think I'm on the right track by using them to clean out all of these little areas here, but it might have to be like take a nibble, get healed, take a nibble, get healed. We'll see how it goes. Okay. Oh. And this seems like a great excuse to sell some minerals in exchange for alloys. The mineral cluster is a holographic record, multi-sided, many-edged, and translucent. It remains secure in the ISS Ersk Hessence tractor beam, but our experts will need some time to decode its contents. A special project has been issued to expedite the process. Nothing good would come of it, or very well. So it's really tempting to get that extra 40 influence, but I don't know what the Crystal Codex does, so... Let's get them researching. I believe we are just taking a port here. So one blast from the... Okay, slightly more than one blast should take care of this. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is just be a little bit out of range. So I'm a little curious how these guys are going to handle this. Looks like they've stopped. Oh, no, they're running away. Okay. Well, this is going to give me an opportunity to... Oh, no, it's because they're... You know what? Against my better judgment, I'm going to give chase, just because it seems like... So they're heading to Duricus. Where is that? So we're still the only one that they're at war with. Taltham. They're heading here for some reason. That's a little suspicious, but... Again, the name of the game here is going to be to make sure I don't lose ships. So if I can, I'll just take some nibbles on the edge of their systems. It's very unlikely I'm going to be able to catch these guys, but we'll at least claim some systems while we're at it. It also, of course, buys me some time to get these guys into place. Now I've got some tough calls here about my alloys. Do I want to... I kind of have to build the... I have to build the infrastructure at least to the archaeological site. But yeah, I do want to try and feed this thing as much as I can. So I'm really split in terms of how to handle this, right? Because in one situation I want to take advantage of the fact that these fleets are split, and yet the challenge is that okay, so they're going to Pyla. I think I am actually going to change my approach here. The holographic data documents the terms and conditions for a trilateral trade treaty between three major alien powers that once dominated this quadrant of the galaxy. Context eludes us, and the details are meaningless, but Science Officer Monarch Taisala feels that this find will prove invaluable to improving our own ability to communicate with alien forces. 250 social research, 100 expertise, and statecraft. Okay, so what we're going to do here... there has to be some kind of a limit in terms of where they can run away, but I'm going to go back to my original strategy. We're going to take out the remote areas. And we'll see what they do. We'll see what they do when I start kind of gobbling up war goals again. How you doing, the Eyes of Sin? We're back to the Space Dwarves. We are mildly optimistic about where this war is going. Okay, something bad is happening. Oh. Oh, that's bad.
Realize! Oh my god!
The Reaper is coming! The Reaper is coming! Run! Get out of there! Oh my god! Oh my god! No! Please! Don't kill it! Don't kill it!
Okay. Seems fine. Your misquote allergy is kicking your rear side all over the place, but otherwise doing... Oh, mosquito, not misquote, sorry. Indeed. There's a number of Moby Dick references.
System resources analyzed.
Okay, so they're heading back. I have a feeling like they're pulling the same kind of tricks that I used to do on the AI, so I am going to try and meet them though. Because if I can inflict a battlefield defeat on them, that's going to be a pretty big boost to my war score. yeah, no worries. I was really curious what you meant by your allergy, and now I feel like a jerk for correcting you. By the way, I'm not going to say who it is, just in case you don't want people to know. But did you know that your favorite person in the world has written a big blog post on what they do for a living? I'm going to say that they're your favorite person in the world. Maybe that is overstating it, but. Oof. Sorry to hear that, Sin. There is something a little bit tempting after I try and take these guys out. Yeah, they're running away, but I think we can catch them. So what are we looking at? I mean, this thing tears through space. This thing's level 2 ion thruster. These guys are level 1. Okay, we can actually beat them in a race. The question is whether or not I want to go that deep. Lottie put out a new big blog on Cultist Simulator. Oblivion, hidden under the floor tiles in the sacristy, the archaeologists have discovered a secret crypt where the walls are lined with rows upon rows of tiny blue digital orbs, their circuitry glittering in the dark. Each orb contains the memory of a single confession and can be plugged into a cryptic-looking machine at the center of the room to reveal its contents. Those who confessed their sins were blessed with oblivion. The memories of the old deeds were extracted by the confessional chairs and stored within the digital orbs. How practical? Or let us pray for some juicy confessions. No, I don't have a new blog. I wish I did, but no, I would not self-apply that title. But yeah, there's a new Weather Factory blog, which I don't know if you'll find interesting, but it is on it's on the mobile release.
We will build a brighter future.
Okay. Pockets of exotic gas are rare and often inaccessible by conventional means. Such deposits can only be reached by using special excavator technology. So this is going to give my construction ship something to do while we wait for more goodies. I'd love to do another cruiser here. What's it going to cost me? 44 months. I mean, that is a nice boon to the fleet. I think I'm going to do it. I don't feel good about doing it, but I'm gonna do it. Okay, how close are we to getting these guys? So I'll take the caster system if I have to. I'm especially curious on how these guys fare. Oh, we also have the UV lasers. Ultraviolet lasers are an updated and more powerful version of their blue predecessors. Accurate and destructive, these weapons are capable of inflicting great damage. Okay. Maybe it is time that I start upgrading my research stations again. Obviously, that does help me. That helps me upgrade my navy, being able to afford all these goodies. And again, we're getting pretty much to a crisis point with the food. There's really no good solution to it. I think I'm just gonna have to buy it. But that's fine. We'll deal with the war first. It's unlikely I'm gonna be able to catch these guys in time, but I'm gonna try my best. So close. Can we do it? Oh god, do I really want to try this? There's definitely a big fleet waiting for me there. I think I'm actually going to be... I think I'm going to be greedy and go for Jaltham. Again, if I can get a battlefield defeat... Oh, that's such a narrow path. I don't think we're going to be able to get it because we had to take the system. Okay. We've definitely got some weaker armor here, but... What's it going to take to heal? Well, let's try for the Rixim system at least. Lottie is a producer of a game that the Eyes of Sin and I quite like. And she is just a impossibly talented and very interesting game developer. She's a co-founder of a studio called Weather Factory. So I suppose I'm outing the Eyes of Sin as sort of the captain of the Lottie Bevan fan club, but yeah, just a British game developer who does lots of really supportive things to try and get get more people into. Yeah, I don't think I want to take them on the capital. The capital's not particularly strong, but they're one hyper lane away from being able to take me out. So we will make them pay with systems. But yeah, so it's one of these things that like means a lot if you're already a fan, and if you've never heard of this person, it's probably less interesting. So, Admiral gains a trait following his recent sensor sweep of the Rixim system. Admiral Fadra Fen has learned how to deploy his units to maximize their sensor range. Few fleet commanders possess the skill to carry out such complex maneuvers. One of the things I'm tempted to do actually is to take off a pair of destroyers, send these 2 destroyers to the Kofang system, and then to take 2 destroyers out of here and send them to this main fleet, because these guys are obviously going to be closer to a position to heal from. Oh, but I do. It's not. You can't just look at that number. These guys are set up with 100% shield and armor penetration and 50% armor damage. The just slightly under half is coming from the Titan. Titan's primary damage dealer is the Perdition Beam, followed by the neutron launchers in that. The rest of these guys deal very little damage. And, oh, hang on. This is the Nanite interdictor. This is not the good example. But basically, it's 100% armor, and these guys do not do nearly enough damage to be able to sustain. So if I get caught in if I get caught in this, my fleet will easily lose that battle. Okay, there is a decent argument to say I should be focusing on alloy foundries, but I think in this case here I'm going to kick my research into high gear. Well, again, it depends. Like, essentially what I need to do is I need to make sure that I have an overwhelming advantage and that I take them on my own terms. It's very likely that I'm able to take care of things, and one of the ways that I know that I'm going to be able to handle it is if I can get a bunch of screening ships in the same, kind of in the same fight. So, essentially, if I can get this slush fleet as sort of a front line against their navy here, but because I'm not really able to inflict a battlefield defeat on these guys right now, I'm essentially relying on taking all of the war goals and trying to force it that way. So, Sin. Sin is unoriginal. The memory orbs contain countless accounts of tedious little transgressions: infidelity, bearing sacrilegious garb, exposing your flappers, adorning your feelers, ingesting your neighbor's pet, child, or spouse. The deeds of one penitent alone stand out, those of the priest herself. The Hollow Priest, as it turns out, is a virtual representation of the church's founder, Illuminate Saraya. She appears to have suffered from severe memory loss and was haunted by the conviction that she had committed a heinous act in the past. The tiny musculoid priest extracted and stored over 100 of her own confessions in an attempt to figure out what she had done. And we get another artifact. Again, this really interesting story. I mean, it makes sense. It's a story pack. It's supposed to be interesting, but these are definitely really rewarding little vignettes to go through. Alien Drag Racing. The crater on AA-23-193 exhibits long, irregular marks imprinted onto the relatively soft upper layers of the asteroid. Science officer Monak Taisala has recovered some interesting unexpected wreckage from the edges of the depression. Wheeled vehicles, seemingly personal transports rather than research craft. The crew of the ISS Ersk Hensit speculate that the crater may once have been used for sport, with some alien species pitting their personal locomotion devices against each other in tests of mechanical strength or speed in near zero G. Alright. Did we lose anybody on that? Nope. What's the fleet looking like? I don't think there's any benefit to me rushing this. If we take two at a time, we'll still have this done in time for...
complete.
Okay, bonus to leader lifespan, so that means I'm not going to lose my admirals. Where the body fails, science intervenes. Unlocking another civic would be kind of cool right now, but heritage site would be cool. Fortress will require volatile moats, which I was originally going to save for alloys, but it definitely would help my naval capacity. Refit standards is definitely... okay, you know what? Let's focus on the cheap ones. Heritage site, because that'll get me Unity. Unity will get me improvements to my ability to maintain ships, and that'll be coming in a couple of months, so I feel pretty good about that. I still don't have any good ideas about what to do on my home planet. We've kind of got one of everything. I'm tempted to go for the research lab and then build the research complex. But again, I can still afford to wait on this because we still have 5 more jobs, and then we get to 65. And of course we keep generating robots, which you can always kick off the planet. I believe... oh no, there wasn't... it's not another crisis. I think it's another precursor species. Okay, so we shouldn't lose anything to this. This should be a fairly straightforward... I would have thought the massive... yeah, there we go. That's what I was expecting. Okay. It says some of these are damaged, but I don't see how they're damaged, so... again, I want to be a little careful about how I do this because I'm going to be going out of sensor range. But the good news is that we're going to be able to see them when they arrive at Castor, so... again, now is not a bad time for me to start cleaning up. Abduction proposal. We have identified a scientist among the primitive Bactrata on Tiber 1 that shows great promise. His brilliant research is far ahead of his peers, and parts of it is revolutionary even by our standards. Though his work is certainly increasing the technological progression of the Bacata, his potential is wasted on their backward civilization. In our advanced labs, he would have an opportunity to do some real science. Drop an abduction scenario. Just because we're racist doesn't mean that we don't want quality. I think I'm just going to wait for this thing to tick down and then we'll force the abduction. Oh, and I'm not tending to my construction ship.
Construction finalized. Special inquiry concluded.
Eudalorans secure. The crew of the ISS Jalwadon has managed to collect a small group of Eudalorans from the icy surface of Tibor 3. These white furry omnivores wrap themselves into tiny balls and roll across the planet's snowfields at astonishing speeds. One animal was clocked at over 80 kilometers per hour. This aided in their detection, since the passage of their rolling forms kicks up huge plumes of swirling snow. Specimen collected and 250 society research gained. Okay, so we're back to having too many minerals. In this case, again, I'm just going to knock down 2,000. Sometimes I'd like to put them to the sectors, but I know that I'm going to need to buy some food. I'll wait until it starts yelling at me that I'm going to run out of food, but right now I'm just stockpiling the money because I don't know if I'm going to need to do a big food purchase. So again, it would be nice if I tried to pursue a little bit more of an edge with these guys, but it's, in my opinion, it is better for me to just be slow in taking these than it is for me to wind up losing a ship. Losing a ship will boost my my war weariness. Speaking of, we're really far behind on this. So we're good on relative navy strengths. We are good. We'll have the unoccupied systems before too long. We'll also have a surplus of them. I actually think my best option right now... Oh, I can't hire robots? That's a little surprising, to be honest. Anyways, what are we looking at for defenses? I have a feeling if we actually invade a world, that'll probably give us a nice boost. Oh yeah, these guys will be crushed. Okay. As it is, we're a little overdue, so this is a good use of minerals. I want to be careful on my invasions, of course, because if I miscalculate, then I wind up getting a lot of attrition. Ship upkeep, naval capacity, or starbase damage. I mean, the starbase damage technically would be helpful if I thought I was fighting them in Ofang, but in this case here, the benefit to my resources is too high, so... Fleet Logistics Corps, with ships often deployed across vast interstellar distances, a dedicated logistics corps is needed to make sure things run smoothly. So we'll see what the benefits are, 22 and 70. Obviously that's going to get confounded with a couple of other things that I do, but...
Special inquiry concluded.
Abduction successful! Our agents have successfully abducted the native scientist from Tibor 1. One of the ground shuttles intercepted his motor car as he was returning home from work late at night and disabled it with an EMP blast. The scientist was temporarily paralyzed and brought into the shuttle, while the memories of his bodyguard detail were wiped. We are confident in our ability to convince the good scientist to work for us. Okay, so let's start by looking at what we've got for scientists. Oh yeah, that's a level 6 genius. That's somebody I want in my labs. I think I might switch it around, so Fadravis will become the new sociologist. I figure I'll get the arthropod genius working on my weapons of war. And I think I'm going to build another science ship. Not the smartest choice I've ever made, but it's only 90 it's only 90 alloys, and it will help me generate more tech. So, all right. The music's saying there's a space battle that's going to happen, so I need to deliver. I'm a little disappointed that the war exhaustion is where it is right now. It's purely because of attrition. I mean, it kind of makes sense that it's like this because I have not actually really fought them in a meaningful way yet. But hopefully that will change.
Complete.
Is that science ship done already? It is. Grey Goo, after detailed analysis, Officer Monarch Tislia has discovered the strange metallic surface coating the surface of Elor 5A is in fact comprises billions upon billions of nanites. These nanites are microscopic, self-replicating micromachines, perhaps created by a past civilization for some unknown purpose. The volume and density of the nanite sludge is remarkable, adding billions of tons of mass to the underlying planet. It would appear these tiny self-replicators entered a state of runaway reproduction at some point in the past, engulfing the planet and everything on it. In studying the nanites, the crew has made some exciting new findings which will undoubtedly aid us in our own research. So we've gained construction templates as well as an L-gate insight. Standardization. Prefab templates massively reduce on-site facility construction times. That's actually not too bad, although we've obviously built up our existing infrastructure to a point where we don't need that right away. I'm still happy to have that, though. And let's get our former sociologist to slightly more productive work. In this case, I don't 100% know what I want him to do, so we'll just hit an automatic explore option and see where it takes us. How you doing, Resonance Factor? Oh my god, more stuff. Okay, Foreign Empire claim. Okay, so apparently they decided to pay a very high, or maybe they don't because I was the one who declared war. One way or the other, they are audaciously claiming the Hilja system. That's life. Forgotten but not forgiven. Illuminate Soraya's workstation is littered with obsessive scribbles about a place called Ix-Belen and the horrors she fears transpired there. Judging from her journal, she had intermittent moments of clarity followed by complete memory loss. She writes that if she did not recognize her own handwriting, she would have thought that these were the ramblings of a madwoman. It seems likely that her deteriorating mental health was a side effect of repeated memory extraction, but without a body, it is impossible to say. Piecing together a coherent course of events from her many fragmented confessions has proven as hopeless for the archaeologist as it was for her, but they may have uncovered what could be the coordinates to Ix-Belen from one of her many memory orbs. So set a course for Ix-Belen, or we cannot concern ourselves with the petty crimes of dead aliens. Oh no. Well, first of all, let's find out where Borobo is. Sorry, Borbo. Oh yeah, it's within my system, so set a course. Okay, so they're bringing the stronger fleet here. So what I'm going to do, because... Well, actually, hang on. I actually can't tell which one of these is hurt. 390, 390... 351. Okay, I think I'm going to risk that. This is not exactly the fleet that I would want to fight. but I can't really... I'm going to have to fight all of them at some point anyway, so I might as well see what I can get away with. If we do wind up...
Our research has progressed.
If we do wind up in trouble, it's better that we find that out now. Okay, research station output 10%. Containment force fields are excellent for isolating and holding various substances or specimens so they can be analyzed in detail. I don't like that I'm doing this, but I am going to go for the other military one. Just 1 second here, guys. Just had a quick message to deal with off the side. How's the Empire turning out? Big wars? Yeah, well, it's there's a big imbalance in terms of the weapons that we're going up against. So these guys are designed to destroy armor, and I am sorry, this is the worst ship. I am pure armor. So we have 4 times the power, but unfortunately, all of my screening ships are really weak to this kind of a fleet.
Starbase under assault.
So what I am hoping to do is to catch these fleets one by one so that I can inflict some battlefield defeats. Oops. I should have paid closer attention. I'm going to go for a straight 1,000. I thought it was going to warn me, but yeah, so we're going to lose Castor. But yeah, the idea here is I'm going to try and take these fleets one by one, and hopefully we just don't lose too much. I do have a shield tech, but essentially, so I've been going with the auto builds for most of the time, and it was more likely we were going to be going to war with these guys. I didn't want to retool, and I didn't know that these guys were built for pure armor. So our main shield benefits came right before I decided to go to war with these guys. So it was kind of a calculated risk. And in this case, it didn't pay off. But yeah, like if we were fighting against these guys, it wouldn't even be close. Like these guys would just be smashed. Okay, so they are heading to the Anacastor system. Interesting. So they're going to be heading through this way. I don't like that at all, to be honest. So I think I am going to chase them down. Unless, of course, they wind up in, like, a base with a certain degree of strength. At that point, I might reconsider. But I think the attitude I'm going to take on this is that every time they make me chase them, I'm going to take another system. Oh. Alright, now this is going to be particularly tasty. So we'll see where I'm at when we take Castor. What I might want to do here is I might actually just want to pop this this batch of 14 Corvettes.
Construction complete.
Oh yeah, we're going to arrive right at the time I want that to happen. Okay, new plan. This will be the battlefield defeat that I want. It's not going to be like a lot, but it's going to be enough to put the hurt on them. So okay, do I want Velt right now? Or Vite? Yes, because they're going to take it if I don't. Alright. And I will first build the mining stations and then the outpost. So I'm mildly curious what this guy's going to try. Yeah, he's still heading up here. I mean, the alternative is that I try and take him at Ancaster and heal up then. We'll get these guys to unite at Chermagor. I think we'll catch them in time. Yeah. This will be good for this score, I think. This will also be a good trial run to see what kind of damage we wind up getting from these guys. Okay, so fortunately we lost nothing. These guys are not taking the bait. So, we'll start by taking back the system. We're going to take the long way through. We're actually going to heal up at the... We're going to heal up at the station first. And as you can see, that was a nice big boost to... That was 13% on space battles because they lost so many ships. So the more of those small fights... that I can take, the more that's gonna make all the difference. The other thing is that I'm gonna get another 30 towards my war acceptance once we claim these systems. So that's a little bit about what this fleet's about. My preference, obviously, would be that we'd have a little bit more of a secure foothold in these areas. The thing I don't like is that I'm couriering these guys between, sort of between plundering jobs. Oop. It's not the fleet I'm looking for. Okay, that's just a single Corvette. That's not worth traveling for. But yeah, again, the more of those guys that I can kind of catch out on their own, the better off I am in terms of the war goals. Okay, so I'd normally like to try and take these, but priority number one is to get that 30% back. So we'll start with Ginium, Kador, and I'll go to Hill because I know we'll need to go there after. I don't think I'm going to be able to take the 3 systems, but we'll see if we can pull that off. I'm also curious. Okay, we're still the only one that they're fighting. They do have neighbors that hate them, so I was wondering if their rivals would take advantage of the situation. Unfortunately, they're not. So again, like when you think about it, this is a really expensive way for me to try and expand my borders. But the thing is that once I get this system, I'm able to basically build these really good defensive positions, and then I can start worrying about sort of bringing up my naval capacity on my own terms. So this is sort of
construction finalized.
It is not the choice I would make in most of my playthroughs, and yet this is sort of the hand that I've been dealt, and these are largely the consequences of decisions that I made in previous streams. And so far, we haven't actually suffered too many negative effects. We did almost lose the Titan ship, but we ultimately won the war. So almost losing doesn't really matter that much. I could definitely be putting some more into my naval capacity, or at the very least building up some more ships. But at the moment, I'm not doing that, and that's just because I sort of have other things to do with the alloys. And then on top of that, one of the things that I'm trying to do is leave enough space for some cruisers to come in. It shouldn't be too much longer. 14 months, so a little over a year. Obviously, that is gonna be a long wait. But one thing I am a little surprised about is it seems like there's no debris for me to research, which is a little bit of a shame. Although I suppose that also makes sense because it's not really like they're fighting us with technology we don't have. It's more so we made particular decisions, or rather the AI made particular decisions for how we were going to build our navy. Okay. I'm reluctant to go for I will consult the guide. I'm reluctant to go for robots because this is the one system that doesn't really have good robot facilities. I think I'm actually going to go for a stronghold first, because that'll still get us to our 5. I might even go so far as to take an energy nexus after that, because I know I'm going to need to build another city district fairly soon. Because as far as the template goes, I mean, except for a holo theater, they're pretty much where they need to be. And it's debatable that I want to do a holo theater because those 21 consumer goods are going to get eaten up pretty fast. I also need to start making some decisions about what I'm doing with these guys. I'm definitely going to need to build another city district, just because my housing is depleting. Oh, but I've got a robot that I can send to Riak. So that holds things off for a little bit. Yeah, we'll see what happens with planetary administration. I suppose the Autothon monument... Actually, you know what? We're going food processing facilities first because we actually really do need to deal with this problem. I also just need... I think, honestly, I need to get another farming world down. So one thing I'm not crazy about Ankestar is that if the AI gets clever, they're going to be able to sort of do this attack on multiple fronts. And what's likely going to happen is they're going to be able to force me to decide which system I want to defend, but they're also probably going to be so close that, like, once we're at this point here, all of those fleets are probably going to be close enough that they can coalesce into this, into basically this Titan killer. The thing is, I don't have a good answer to that, so right now what I'm going to do is...
Construction finalized.
Whenever I find myself in a situation like this, and this is true if it's Europa Universalis, this is true if it's Stellaris, essentially what I want to do... In fact, this is true if it's Dota as well. Oh, Jesus, I didn't do the archaeological site either. Essentially, if somebody wants to turtle, I want to make sure that they pay the price for it. So if somebody is waiting to fight me at an advantageous position, I am going to make sure that I bleed them out for everything else. You know, if it's Europa Universalis, high devastation, fill my coffers, and I use that money to buy mercenaries who are going to be the ones who die at their walls. That sort of stuff is how I try and deal with these... And similar thing with Dota, right? Like, because I'm not particularly good at Dota, I definitely play in lower skill games. But the one thing that, especially if I tend to play a lot of support, which is a dubious choice when you're at my skill level. One of the things is like, a lot of people do not make decisive actions in terms of like punishing people who are being abusive. So it's like, you know, the old, like when you first start playing the game and like you are in the lowest of the low tier and like somebody picks 5 cores, or like one team picks 5 cores, and you're like, why do I always lose to 5 cores? It's like, well, because the games go on for like 90 minutes and everybody is farmed to hell and it doesn't really matter. Like, it's actually an optimal strategy if you don't punish that behavior. So similar story with Stellaris. My war goals are here, and they're very well defended. They are going to have to get through my main fleet to be able to try and take back some of these war goals, which is going to remove 30% of their resistance from the target. Now, I don't want to make my main fleet, I don't want to move it that far away from their systems. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm just going to add more on the hurt. I'm going to start taking these. I might even go so far as to start bombarding this system rather than trying to take any of the others. I'm actually not 100% sure how I'm going to handle that yet. But essentially what I want to do is I want to make sure that you know, all of these numbers, the attrition, the space battles, the occupation, I want to make sure that this always keeps going up so long as they continue to sit back and let me do it. Because I know that if I force a confrontation, unless they completely unite all of their fleets and they're able to sort of swarm my screening ships before the Titan can take them out, I know I win that battle. And so essentially what I want to do is I want to have them constantly under pressure and not able to unify like that. Heritage Site. Physical reminders of how far we have come both instill a reverence for past achievements and bolster ambitions for the future. So this will give me something to do with my minerals, that's for sure. Chemical Bliss is really not where I want to go with this, but it's mad perps. Yeah. Just in case we get somebody who needs to be put down. Yeah, I've had, I mean,
Construction complete.
I really try not to be the kind of person who freaks out during a Dota game, because like you don't keep the money at the end. Like there's no real reason to get like super oh, this is actually going to cost me a lot of consumer goods, but I welcome the challenge. Because Unity's what's going to take me through all this. Okay, let's find something for this guy to do. Energy really seems like a good priority right now. And it does let me close off these. But does this Arctic world have a lot of farms? If it does not. Yeah, food's actually a really big problem for this civ. I might need to change my policies. Nutritional plentitude, so this gives me pop happiness and pop growth speed. I really want to turn that off, but I'm actually going to try and push this as far as I can, because if I can get these colonies up to the point of like Rurius and Eusheminaria, I am going to be very, very happy. So the thing is, I know that I can afford to import food. Food is a what? Oh yeah, it's like 130 compared to the 520 that I'm paying. I can live with that. Holy crap, sorry. I totally forgot to do this. So Ixbelen. The inhabitants had developed an enhanced learning program that ran every night as they slept in their mechanical chairs. It was used to remove unpleasant memories and train new skills. Being picked last for Spaceball or stood up on a date were little day-to-day horrors that the Expelenians did not have to suffer twice, and for a while it was bliss. Systematic mind enhancements were mandated by the Habitat leadership and distributed to all residents from the Memorex, but the system was exploited. There were clandestine efforts to delete memories and traits collectively from the population without their consent, and eventually it backfired. The aliens unlearned important skills for their survival and entered a vegetative state. Shortly thereafter, the Habitat life support was disabled. Yeah, like this is the problem with Dota. Is like it's really easy to get invested in it because of the amount of time that it takes. And I've got thousands of hours in Dota, but I'm not going to lie, I actually am not 100% sure if it's a game that I would recommend people get into. I still think it's a really interesting and a really good game. Obviously, there's not a lot of innovation in real-time strategy. Tooth and Tail was really interesting. And like, I kind of liked what they did with Dawn of War 3, but obviously the fans of Dawn of War 3 didn't embrace it. And so it's kind of, we're in this really weird situation with real-time strategy where it seems to be that people are saying it's like, basically give us another StarCraft. But obviously the way StarCraft is going, it doesn't really seem to be what people want. Like, they say they want that, but if you take a look at the things that they're supporting, they really don't want that. So, you know, I think a MOBA is sufficiently divorced from RTS that people might have a hard time agreeing with it as like a, you know, an offshoot of RTS. Well, I think they can agree with it as like an offshoot of an RTS, but like seeing it as an innovation on the RTS. But the thing is that it's really hard. Like the two games that I think have done something sort of new and original with RTSs have been Tooth and Tail and Crush Your Enemies. And the rest of it just sort of seems to be a few variations on this theme, which is admittedly one that's been incredibly popular through the history of gaming. But unfortunately, it seems that when people innovate inside of it, it's not always necessarily rewarded. So, the Introvert Zero, thank you very much for your raid. I'm sorry I was monologuing while you were coming in. So, you kind of do want a new RTS game that specifically has a robust custom map maker. I mean, I think Valve kind of tried to do that with the Dota 2 workshop tools, but I mean, obviously, Auto Chess went off to the Epic people. They didn't. They ultimately didn't sign with Valve, so no worries. Monologue away. Well, thank you very much, The Introvert. Were you playing Stellaris tonight? And welcome everybody from The Introvert's channel. I am not here for quality. I am here to babble. Sometimes people like the babble. Sometimes people don't like the babble. No hard feelings if you do not like the babble. And thank you very much for supporting The Introvert by coming along on the raid. You'd love a Stargate-themed RTS? Yes, you was. You love Stellaris. What kind of a species are you playing, The Introvert? And do you like coming up like with a backstory for your species, or do you just purely look at the numbers and say that you will own everything and paint the galaxy whatever color you are? All right, comet sighted. A small celestial object with pronounced gaseous and particulate trails was recently observed in the Alvis system. Its passing was uneventful. It is a good omen. 40 Unity. Or maybe that would be better suited for an MMO, but either way, you'd buy it. I mean, I can see both working. Obviously, like, I suppose the old hyperlanes, or the old, like, warp travel system probably would have been a little bit better for, like, a proper Stargate approach. But obviously, like, I think Stellaris, we were talking about this, like, Stellaris could definitely lend itself to a Stargate style. Strange flows. What should be a normal molten planet is making the science ship's sensors glitch uncontrollably. Further study is advised. Old Elvania is done building. This actually bought me a little bit of time too. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's really hard because the thing. King Dolphin, hello, you just joined in on the raid, but you are trying to survive your doomed wars. Good luck with your doomed wars. I'm not necessarily doing any better. So, like, I have this massive fleet power, but they have built fleets that are specifically hard counters to my existing fleet. So it's going to be a really tough one for me to deal with. You're a fanatic authoritarian xenophobe. You try to follow an RP line, but you still have to make sure that you do well. Yeah, I don't, like, I will always take an interesting choice, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to sabotage my own playthrough. So obviously we're not going to just go and try and take out the dragon that we summoned with the current fleet that we have, because we know we'll lose. But the other thing too is that obviously people are complex. So just because, like, you know, xenophobes are always racist and they never want other species. It's like, well, that's not true. You know, xenophobes can absolutely have species, other species in their empire. Somebody has to clean the, you know, the toilets. No, they're not. They're they're these hideous musculoid monstrosities which have no business owning planets that we want. Resonance Factor says, God, you feel like custom game modes in most games have unfortunately fallen out of fashion in favor of turning it into mods rather than integrating TPC into the game with private hosting. Yeah, so actually for those of you, I know some of you are going to be sick of me doing this because it'll be like the third time tonight, but let's at least bring everybody up to speed. So this is the story of Harrison Jones, the High King of Old Albania. No artifact was safe from Jones, and even the most ingenious engineers of ages past could not develop a mechanism that would confound his ingenuity. Through his legendary exploits, Jones united the quarrelsome tribes and set his sights on new secrets and the treasures buried within. The Akano people of Old Albania are now reaching out to the galaxy in their stone ships, continuing the great work of the High King. No tomb is safe, and no civilization will remain untouched. So the way we so the reason for this is there's an amazing streamer named Johnny Big Time who comes by every once in a while, and he has just this deep and abiding love for all things dwarven. If there is a dwarf in the game, he is going to play it no matter what. And as soon as he saw a dwarf icon, he's like, no, why are you even looking at other species? We got to do a dwarf. And I'm like, Johnny has given me many, many hours of enjoyment on Twitch. I am going to give him a space dwarf race. So they have an alpine preference. They are industrious, natural engineers, strong, but they're non-adaptive. And as far as the society is concerned, they're xenophobic, militaristic, materialistic. They have an imperial rule, obviously the High King. Incidentally, Old Albania was something randomly generated by the game. I was very happy with that. And then the civics we chose were Byzantine bureaucracy and Philosopher King. Philosopher King for Harrison Jones, who's obviously no longer with us, and Byzantine bureaucracy because I figured, you know, if you wanted to get like a building permit or a business license or something like that, you still need to be cross-referenced in the great database of grudges before. And all scores must be settled before you can do that. Okay, so we're gonna get ourselves a couple more sectors.
Construction finalized.
Yeah, King Dolphin. So we wound up with a look at what happened to my consumer goods. So we got a Titan very early on in the game, but then we didn't find anybody. So like the AI was taking advantage of all of these resource bonuses completely undisturbed for way too long. So the thing is that this Titan was very close to dying in the last war we were in, just simply because obviously having what do I have here? It's like, I think that's usage. So you've got a total of 20, so 22 screening ships, 1 cruiser, which really should not be the sort of thing that I send out in front. So like obviously if I am not careful, they're just gonna rip through my screens. Okay, like this is the sort of thing that I'm scared of. 16 destroyers, 23 corvettes. It's entirely possible that they'll be able to take me out ahead of time. But if I take them out one by one, it still works for me, so. Yeah, and that's just it. Like, it's very likely that I'm actually gonna lose this. I wonder if my other guys are close enough. They're really not.
System resources analyzed.
I'm curious what they'll do after this. I think so? Yeah, our consumer goods really went through the floor there. And I don't have the rare crystals to ramp up production. I also don't have exotic gases right now. Okay, I've probably made a bunch of problems for myself. So I'm not 100% sure that I want to commit to this. But we'll see. I mostly just want to see where these guys go after they take this system. Okay, they're heading back to Ankastar. So what I'm going to do instead, we're going to go back to our old plan and take... So they'll take 1 system, we'll take 3. Plus what these guys take. Who am I? A scan of the habitat's logs reveals its control system was activated again on multiple occasions decades after the life support was disabled. Someone overrode security, entered a maintenance hatch, and accessed the Memorex, a datapad and a tiny blue memory orb. A smaller version of the Memorex lie discarded by the hatch. The datapad is filled with the frenzied thoughts of someone on the brink of madness. Again and again the same questions are repeated with growing despair. Who am I? What happened on Ixbelen? The final entry reads, now that I know, I must forget one last time. Perhaps the orb will reveal what was forgotten.
Anomalous readings detected.
Asteroid 41CV109D is emitting some form of radiation in controlled bursts. Is
Construction
something trying to communicate with us? Okay. So this was a pretty high priority for me to get this archaeological site, because obviously once we're done with Ixbalan, we want to move on. So we're slowly gonna... Once we actually get the war goals, we're gonna be in a pretty happy place. But it is gonna be a struggle for a bit. And obviously I need to keep a closer eye on what I'm giving up. So the agreement we signed giving you access to our databases has run its course. Would you like to extend it for another 10 standard years, or do your researchers no longer require the information we offer? Obviously 4,000 for the bonus to research is a pretty important one for me. I'm also kind of lucky that these guys up here haven't tried to attack me. So if you guys want to see what's going on, like... These guys are really weak in the armor. They've got a bunch of shields. They're also very heavy on railguns and pretty much light on everything else. So the existing fleets that I have are perfect against these guys, and these guys are pretty much a hard counter. But to be honest, I would much prefer to take out the Aztani trade union and vassalize them than vassalize these guys, because once I vassalize these guys, I've got 3 superior neighbors with very nasty intentions towards me. On the plus side, 2 of them have... 2 of them are the economic might. This guy is a really, really big worry. But again, the aim here is entirely about getting me some choke points. They're going to the Pila system. Is Pila within... A scan of the particularly massive asteroid 41CV109D yields fascinating results. The rock's core is shot through with a network of conductive crystals carrying a weak electric charge. The crew on the ISS Ersk-Hessent recognized this matrix as a primitive neural lattice and believed the celestial body to be thinking in some capacity, if not fully sapient. They seek permission to excavate the core and transport it to the nearest orbital station for closer study. So make do with you can, study from the surface. Now, make it so. And let's... Oh yeah, we completely ignored the Dathnak colony. I should probably get on top of that. Also, 39 months to delve into the secrets of the Cyber-X, 33 months to probe the void. Breathe in, breathe out. Oh yeah, we can totally do that one. The core of 41CV109D, once coaxed from beneath its crust for the asteroid, does not respond well to the vacuum of space. The ISS Ersk-Hessent's instruments read a sudden energy spike moments before the rocky lump gently but decisively fractures. Large chunks of conductive mineral are salvaged, but whatever special charge animated them is now gone. So a dump truck of money and 250 physics research, not a bad haul. Where's the guy I put on autopilot? Stop, for the love of God. Okay. Right. I don't care where you are. I want you to relocate the Dathnak. And we've got cruisers. Okay. I gotta start spending some alloys, I think. Originally devised as an experimental next-generation colony ship hull configuration, the design's ample hardpoints made it ideal for carrying heavy weapons ordnance. Okay. I think it's time to start researching railguns. Oh my god, you guys are being really kind with the raids tonight. I actually would have been finished about half an hour ago, but now I'm just on the... Well, that's fine, because I actually also normally go a bit later when I'm late. So, TCTCLWSL and all of the raiders, thank you very much for coming along. I have to assume that you were playing Stellaris as well. The Introvert Zero also graced us with their presence. How are you all doing? I apologize for not having an animation set up for raids. I'm still very old-fashioned in that I'm set up for hosts, but not formal raids. Tactical Weasel. Sorry, I did not phonetically work that out on my own. And Brian Thew, thank you very much for the follow. What are you playing in Stellaris? And I'll ask you the same question I asked the introvert. Do you like to roleplay, or is this game just purely a giant spreadsheet that you impose your will on? Both are acceptable. I'm just curious. How are we doing for damage? Actually, these guys are surviving. Although I'm also kind of cooking rabbits I haven't caught yet, so... Multiplayer may have just screwed up the galaxy by opening the L-Gate network. I've only ever had good things happen to me whenever I open the L-Gate. I refuse to believe these liars when they say that there's negative events that occur. Ixbelen, Soraya's last memory orb. The orb's first memory shows King Dolphin, second of his name. Thank you very much. And I'm sorry I couldn't answer your question about Titans, but I believe that they are roughly equivalent. I just don't really know what... So Dreadnought obviously means a few different things to a few different people. The game Dreadnought, by the way, is actually really fun. But thank you very much for the support. Same, but this time it went very, very, very wrong. A little bit of both. You play technocratic weasels. Ah, okay. I think I know exactly what species picture you go for as well. By the way, is there anybody here who does not play Stellaris? I know we've got a couple of people who are interested in getting into Stellaris, but is there anybody here who, like, just watches my stuff? Like, who doesn't actually watch Stellaris other than the fact that I do it? Or is it primarily... I mean, obviously this is terrible to ask because I've just gotten a bunch of hosts here, but I've always been a little curious whether or not, like, the Paradox streams are a purely indulgent thing for me, or if it's the fact that that people are actually here for the grand strategy and they wish I'd stop playing lame stuff like Cultist Simulator. Bad things do happen when an L-Gate is opened. For example, everyone's frame rate gets cut in half because Distant Stars is literally broken. You consider Dreadnought to be pretty much super battleship. Okay, yeah, no, then we're on the same boat. So essentially, there's only one other class of ship which might be quote-unquote bigger than the Titan. That's the Colossus ship. The Colossus ship is the Planet Destroyer. But the thing is that the Planet Destroyer is not actually effective in combat. It's more of a liability in combat, to be completely honest. But clearly the ability to destroy a planet is insignificant to the power of the Force, but also insignificant compared to the power of Titans. The orb's first memory shows Dr. Soraya spearheading the development of the Memorex to great acclaim. Another memory from years later shows her secretly wiping Memorex data for unknown reasons. Yet another memory of Soraya working frantically on restoring the residents' memories, but to no avail. They stare emptily ahead, heads lolling, all but their autonomic brain functions lost. Finally admitting defeat, she hides the evidence of her crimes. She watches alone as the Ixbelen residence is pulled into the gravity well of the gas giant it once orbited, feelers secreting large amounts of mucus in what is believed to be an alien expression of great distress. And you try to roleplay as a xenophile militaristic, so you're not aggressive against anyone, but you will go to war unless you need to. You're the America of Stellaris species. You know, you'll take the wounded, the poor, but
Special inquiry concluded.
Yeah, well, the challenge, too, is that I'm enjoying this on a much higher resolution than I normally play it, which is wonderful. The game looks gorgeous, but the font is very small as a result, and so I kind of infer what the words are by their shapes. I don't always necessarily read it, and it's really obvious when I'm stumbling over my words. Like, I used to think I was a little bit better at reading and then I started playing Stellaris, so... It's the ideal. Come on, guys. Many months have passed since the discovery of the rift near Paunia without anything out of the ordinary happening, but now we have received reports of a large gathering of mineral-laden rocks pouring out of it. They are ours for the taking. Our observation of the rift will continue. Yeah, the one thing I did not need more of, minerals. That's fine. Well, I'm sure somebody will find some use for them. So what I think I might try and do is take Castor again. If they are going to turtle in Ankastar, it actually might make sense for me to go to Anoj. And that potentially sets me up for an invasion of the capital. Obviously, my armies are getting close. I have a feeling that I don't have enough strength in my armies to actually be able to take the capital, but it'll definitely force a confrontation. The Introvert, thank you very much for the follow as well. I wish there was an accurate way to start as the gold. Sorry, Star Master, is that a Stargate reference? Because it's not one that I'm immediately familiar with. Weapons that eject destructive balls of high-energy plasma at targets. These plasma projectiles are extremely effective at eating through ship armor. Not helpful to me right now, but obviously we've been investing in weapons of war because I've been falling behind on that. Speaking of, let's just take a quick look at where we are. All right, so it looks like more No, we still have the same number of superiors. None of them have a superior technology level. Unfortunately, I'm also not exceeding anybody for technology. So, could be worse, but could also be better. Now the Kenti, I'm already in a defensive pact with them. Ah, thank you. No, sorry, Tactical Weasel, I appreciate it completely. I usually host at the end of my own streams, and I'm going to bed at that point. Thank you to yourself, and especially everybody from Tactical Weasel. I know my style is definitely not for everyone, so I really do appreciate you coming through. It reflects very well on Tactical Weasel when people come in, give me a shot, or at the very least are not unkind. So I hope you have a wonderful evening. Obviously, guys, some of these folks I've not personally seen. Hey, thank you very much for the follow as well. Just because I haven't seen them, obviously these people stream Stellaris, and if it is not apparent, hosting or raiding is one of the ways that you can get your name out. It is completely fine to do that because obviously I am not streaming Stellaris every single day. And I figure if some of you are looking for that kind of content, please do consider these folks because they were nice enough to give me a host. The very least that you can do is pay some of that back. I realize that is not the most full-throated support that I can give, but on the odd chance that one of you is a secret racist, no, obviously it's a nice thing to do, and because I don't have that, animation that plays on the screen unless you do a host. I wanted to make that a little more explicit. Please, if you are looking for new people to do Stellaris, we've got, I think, 3 people who've come in with some raids, and I'm certainly happy to have them. Rainbow Flowers, thank you as well. I'm glad that War Pony is rubbing off on you. Oh, you found me through a Stellaris stream. That's really cool. Yeah, this is the funny thing too. Like, I hear a lot of people who, like, they're not even necessarily streamers, and they say it's like, oh, you know, I would host you, but there's no point because, like, I don't have any followers. But the thing is like, you never know where your next follower or your next viewer is gonna come from. Like, I do on occasion, like, especially when somebody. So, like, obviously, one of the best things about Twitch, is anybody can do this, but one of the most important things that people can do is be a viewer. This thing doesn't work if people aren't watching channels. And so one of the ways that people make their mark on a channel is to be incredibly pleasant inside of it and to contribute or, you know, be interactive with people. There's lots of different ways to support a channel, and being present is one of them. So, you know, obviously I don't do this on stream, so it's a little hard for people to recognize that I do this. But definitely when there's somebody who it's like, oh, you know what, that was a really cool guy, or well, I mean, I assume a guy because I am a product of my upbringing. But the big thing is that, like, when there is somebody who has made an impression through their conduct, I usually do wind up checking out the profile. It's like, oh, who else do they follow? And part of that's because I want to get some information in terms of where they became aware of me. But more importantly, I kind of want to find out what they follow. What are they into? And so this is the big thing. Like, it doesn't really matter if it's a raid of 0 people or if it's somebody with hundreds that are coming in. Letting yourself be known and being active in a chat is actually a really good way to not just represent yourself, but also represent some of the streamers that you're interested in. Because obviously, if some guy like comes in, I'll give you a perfect example. On YouTube, there are 2 YouTubers who are well known for being like that kind of rage gamer. Every single time somebody leaves a nasty comment on the YouTube videos, and I mean, these are just archives, right? So they're not exactly the most entertaining things to watch anyway. Inevitably, they are following one of those 2 people. Now, I suspect there's not some like secret hit out on me or something like that. It's like, oh, we're going to make System Chalk really mad. But obviously, it's kind of like, yeah, this, YouTuber's a bit of a jackass, and they're based entirely around sort of hating this hobby. And clearly, they are not going to be pleasant inside of other channels. But the reverse is also true. When you come in and you make a good impression, it's not just yourself that you represent very well. You actually represent the stuff that you're following, because of course all of that stuff is public knowledge, and it's, generally if there's somebody who you get along well with in your cast, it's likely that you're probably going to have something in common with some of the people that they watch. I wish I could watch more casts, because I feel like I'd be a better caster if I did that, but again, because I never do it on cast, it's hard to really give the impression that that's what happens. But that's a little bit of an intangible benefit that people who follow along on raids and people who find channels through other hosts, that's one of the things that they actually bring. So, all right, deep tissue implants are the latest innovation in the revolutionary overlapping of sensory engineering and entertainment experiences. Where we're going, we won't need skin to feel. All right, there was really no point in me doing that except that it was cheap. Boosting my administrative capacity would be really good for my resource penalties, which are fairly substantial at this point. But instead I'm going to be a complete moron. Nah, I'm going to punt and go for the Off-World Trading Company, because eventually when I build up a network of space stations, I'll need that. Again, the rift near Panya spews out something new, this time mostly metal debris, perhaps from some ancient battle. It is ours for the taking. Observation of the rift will continue. I thought for a moment that I might be getting alloys, and I was about to sing hallelujah, but it is not. So 500 energy credits and 150 engineering. Not going to complain about that, especially because we're going to buy some more food. Let's get that done right now.
System resources analyzed.
Yeah, I might be short for the curators, but... Or not curators, artisan troop. Say pee-pee poo-poo? 1 million bits, please. Okay, I might wind up losing this destroyer, but it's a risk I'm willing to take in order to get the last war goal. Oh, yeah, if we take this war goal, we win. We're receiving a transmission from the Independent Space Station of the Mutagen Merchant Guild. They appear to have successfully translated our language. Well met, friends. I represent the Mutagen Merchant Guild. Let me be the first to welcome you to the Mardak system. Our organization consists of hundreds of independent mutagen merchant captains who braved the spaceways in search of the next good deal. At our facilities, you'll be able to trade away some of your excess resources. Please contact us if you're interested in such an arrangement. You can't, you work at McDonald's. 100 Big Macs, please. I'm actually mildly curious if I pull off a successful invasion of wrong planet. Yes, please do not invade the sun. I'm I'm mildly curious. That would be pretty incredible if that was worth 30 points. But yeah, I'm gonna go balls to the walls on this. I'm gonna go straight to the capital. These guys are going to, you know, actually just give me a second. Would you like that as a combo? You know, I've never been a big fries guy. They're okay. I like poutine more though, because I'm Canadian. Just give me 1 second here. I gotta find like a good high resolution. There we go. I was gonna put something up for our You'll give me 200 Big Macs if you say it again. Why do you guys want me to say pee pee poo poo so much? Okay, no combo. That will be $399 US plus tax. All right. I really hope we don't lose this this fleet, but we need to give them some extra encouragement. I hope you guys have seen this movie. You're kidding me. Come on, don't do this to me. There we go.
Construction finalized.
Bragging rights to the first person who chat who says what movie that's from. Hey, railguns, the latest in electromagnetic accelerators. Railguns use twin parallel rails to fire projectiles at incredible speeds. Okay, I don't exactly need more minerals, but I think we're on a fairly good... run of getting, like, just knocking off some of the lesser techs that we've been ignoring. But here's what I'm going to do, because we've got engineering open now, and I've got a pretty good researcher inside of it. We're going to go back to our situation log, and I think it is entirely time for us to delve into the secrets of the Cybrex. 39 months. The only movie you watch is Minions? Wait, has nobody seen this? I almost want to turn off the Stellaris soundtrack, as beautiful as it is, and subject you to the high seas glory of this this movie. All right, we're not actually at the point. We can't just have that hanging up at all times. We do need a special moment to do that encouragement. I have lost my window. There we go. The temporary sunshine of the spotless mind. The final memory shows a much older Soraya in a priest's robe waking up in a state of panic, tentacles flailing and ears flapping. She stumbles out of bed and begins to frantically jot down her recollections, and yet another nightmare in which empty-eyed aliens convulse on the habitat floor. Then her face contorts with horror as it all dawns upon her that it is all real. The nightmares and the flashbacks are extracted memories coming back to her, and if extracted memories can return, the inhabitants of Ixbelen could have recovered. The maintenance hatch appears to have been opened one last time, but Soraya's ship still remains docked at the landing. We could bring the Memorex back with us to Old Alvania if we wish, so memories are not to be tampered with, the Memorex is best forgotten, or Xeno Squishbrains, the Akano will perfect this Memorex. So we can get a ton of alloys, or Old Alvania modifier added, giving the following bonus resources from jobs and bonus abilities. Nope, we will perfect the Memorex. All right. All right, I'll tell you guys what movies that's from, but we'll wait until we deliver. We got to see if the image delivers first. If it's a magic image, then you all need to go watch the movie so that you can use it in your own games. But let's excavate the site first. Let's keep an eye on our friends as they do the Lord's work. Oops, I gotta remember to sell those. I mean, again, I can put them into the I can also put them into the shared depot, but it's not much of a point at this point. Also, I don't want to get too careless on like following these guys, because obviously if they pull a fast one and my and the Grand Herald gets caught out, that's bad news. Actually, you know what? We're gonna do Pila first, just because it'll allow me to do some a little extra damage. Breathing rift closed. The latest data report from the rift's observation probe tells us that the rift has vanished. After drawing its last breath, the rift closed and left behind not even a trace of its energies. However, the data collected over time has furthered our physics studies. 350 research. Yeah, the Hus Voidfarers will be a nice little tasty target to pop when I go to the capital. And I'm pretty sure once I actually head to the capital, there's nothing they can do to stop me. The best that they could do is trap me in there once I move in. Sure thing, Starmaster. I'm just playing on normal speed, so the battle might begin by the time you get back. Okay, we're at Pila, so that's fine. And obviously we will inflict whatever damage we can on their armies. Scratch the paint, but I don't think we want to go back and repair. Oh, the moment of truth is arriving. Oh. How's that armor holding up, guys? Alright, I'm a little uncomfortable with the fact that this destroyer's getting hit. Meanwhile, at the Grand Herald... Alright, I think we can afford to speed things up a bit. Okay, this guy is going to be in a bit of trouble. We're not retreating.
Construction finalized. Scientific progress attained.
One moment, folks. We got to do this for science. Go away, please. Thank you. Sorry. This is actually very hard to do this between two windows. I need to stop goofing off. Okay, advanced probes can thoroughly analyze subjects on a subatomic level, generating a wealth of valuable research data. I've got 5 options. Energy is the one thing I don't need, so as much as I really want that energy nexus, it's irresponsible for me to choose that. Lower... see, I kind of want advanced shields, but I am going to go for the lower level tech. We also got Off-World Trading Company. Trade across interstellar distances represents a new set of challenges to overcome. It is critical to achieve the transfer of goods from one system to another in a timely and above all cost-efficient manner. So that'll help me when I get my trade infrastructure up. Hyper-entertainment forums is mildly tempting, but I don't think I can afford the consumer goods right now. It is my cheapest option though. So we'll go for it. I just won't do anything with it. Oops. Oh, come on. It would help if we saw the combat. I think he's gonna make it. All right. So, this is like it's just a cutaway shot in a rather good movie called Master and Commander: The Far Side of the World. It stars Russell Crowe and Paul Bettany. It's actually quite a good movie, directed by Peter Weir, who seems incapable of making a bad movie. But yeah, it's a good one. Okay, so apparently this was not sufficient for achieving the war goals, which surprises me a little bit, given the fact that it was minus 30 before. But we still have a plan. So, army upkeep, army damage. Yeah, we'll go for the young logistician. Amateurs talk of tactics, professionals speak of logistics.
System resources analyzed.
It was a really good movie, yeah. This barren and lifeless world is showing signs of once having supported a biosphere. We'll research it, but there's nothing we can do about it. But yeah, it's like there's like this one shot. I think there's like one of the younger like on his way to becoming a captain, I think, characters looks up at that guy and he puts up the hold fast signs, and I think there's during one of the surgery scenes the same guy does the hold fast gesture. Anyways, this is just a matter of time at this point. In theory, I could get that through the war exhaustion, but I don't want to do that. I actually want to put the hurt on them in their capital world, and it looks like they're evacuating to prepare for that very situation. So with that in mind, we're just going to run in and we'll bully them as much as we possibly can. The capital world is really not that strong. I have more to fear from the fleet, to be completely honest. And in the meantime, we'll also inflict some damage in the form of taking one of their worlds. Our detailed survey of Waskar 4 has revealed that it may once have supported life in the distant past. There are significant deposits of frozen water at the polar ice caps and beneath the planet's surface. The existence of valley networks suggests that the water may once have flowed freely. Okay, I am also mildly curious. I think this will be more expensive than I want to pay for. So it's costs twice as much for me to get. No, because that's also going to raise the war score. Nope, I'm okay cutting them in half. We'll just have to fight them later. Okay, now this worries me a little bit because they might actually come in to defend. And they actually have a cruiser in there. But we're committed. So big question is, do they bring their friends? Oh man, this can go very badly for me very fast. Like, we need to end this thing before those ships show up. I'm gonna look for the warp field. Okay, get the hell out of there. Whew. So yeah, I think if I had asked for that extra system, I would have had to deal with a very strong fleet coming in and ripping apart my Titan, so... you've heard that the Grand Herald is OP, but it's one of the few DLCs you don't own. Well, the thing is, Star Master, you need to maintain it, so you are dedicating a lot of your resources at a time when you don't, so you don't really get to pick when you get it. That's one thing about it. So if you do not have the infrastructure to support that thing, you are going to be bending your empire around the acquisition of that ship. The other thing about it is that it is not that difficult for a swarm of corvettes to just wreck that thing. So the thing is right now is that I built my entire strategy around finding people early and blowing them up with a Titan, and it turns out that they were kind of hard to get to, and so I've actually been trying to build into this fleet that I have, and only now am I at a point where I've got a naval capacity which is somewhat like, okay, that's mildly defensible. Now, obviously, we've been building up some alloys, and we've just finished our war. So now I can start thinking a little bit about how I'm going to be upgrading my fleets and all of that. But I kind of thought that the Grand Herald might be OP. But the fact of the matter is, I have had to work for relatively trivial gains in this playthrough. So, you know, it's a contestable claim that it's OP. I definitely think Megacorp's a really good expansion, but of course I was playing Megacorp like from the start, so I don't know what the free patch is like compared to the DLC. But Synthetic Dawn's more of a story pack, so if you want machine intelligence, there's a ton of stuff in there for you, and if that's not a particularly interesting one for you, that's probably one to get a little bit later. But I would definitely say that Ancient Relics really does add a lot in terms of flavor. Like, if you do like the role-playing aspects of it, I do think it's one of the better story packs, in my opinion. Obviously, again, keep in mind that Paradox is given these keys, so if that is something... The bigger thing to worry about is that I'm really enthusiastic about games. I'm one of the few people who seems to like Imperator Rome. So I think the bigger worry is the fact that maybe I just have looser standards than other people. But it can't be said enough, like when I'm making recommendations of the products and which ones I think are good, it has to be tempered with the fact that I have not actually had to like slap down the money and pick that up myself. Now with that in mind, the number of hours that I spend casting them, I could make quite a bit more than the cost of the DLC, so I also think that's the counterbalance, but that's up to you to decide whether or not I'm a sufficiently impartial viewer. From what you've seen, machine empires are super strong right now, so that's what you're looking at next, but you don't know. Well, again, to me, Star Master, it's always been about what gives me the most options in terms of experiences. So Utopia, I kind of feel is like a must-have, just because it really does seem to like open up so many possibilities. Synthetic Dawn is a really nice story pack. I like it a lot. But if somebody was like, well, you know, I really want to play a hive mind, it would be really hard for me to say, well, you can play a hive mind, but mechanical. But yeah, if you want to try machines, then you probably don't need me to tell you that Synthetic Dawn is the way to go. But obviously, when you're ranking it out for yourself, Synthetic Dawn and Ancient Relics are going to be a lot closer to like Leviathans and Distant Stars than Megacorps is. Megacorps is like an expansion on the level of like Apocalypse or Utopia. So, all right, we admit defeat, but do not think that this is anything more than a temporary setback for the I still don't know how to pronounce your name, Andigon Nation. Best possible outcome. All right. You need to heal up. I suppose we need to put you back in the capital, as reluctant as I am to do so. Then normally I'd like to filter these guys into the main fleet, but the main fleet actually needs some more carriers, I think.
Construction complete.
Okay. So again, like at some point, I'm gonna want like a claim on this, but we've got 10 years of peace. Now might be a really good time for me to actually get the. Holy smokes! Yeah, this is like a once. Oh, that's such a pain. Okay, once this guy's done establishing the Dathanat colony, I'm actually going to take advantage of the fact that they need to give me free passage to take the Insidious Snerian, and I think we might actually be able to pull off the... Yeah, it's actually very likely that we'll wind up being able to complete this quest line, because as long as we can find a way to this, to the Kenti Trade Union, they're an ally, so they're actually going to have their borders open to us. All right. So, we're definitely well over the administrative cap. We have also very substantially improved our research capacity, so there's a little bit less of a worry there. Oh, I've got a construction ship that's idle, so let me set them up. Yeah, imagine if I'd put the influence in, I would have set myself back in the war, and I would have set myself back in the war, and I wouldn't be able to expand out to these areas. So as much as I want to claim these, I actually think it makes a lot more sense for me to start improving these regions. It'll also give me a chance to put those alloys to good use on other tasks. I'm also going to start by... So again, the whole point of that war was to help our borders. Do I want to spend the 500 upgrading this Starhold right now? That's a tough call. I'm going to think about this, because I know at the end of a stream I'm never as focused as I should be. So, it was a bit of a slog, but we're actually getting our borders roughly where we want them. So we've got a choke point, and actually a pretty strong one, against our southern neighbor. Honestly, I'd be happy to like end the rivalry at this point. Well, okay, actually I want this territory. But afterwards I really do want to take I'd be happy to stop the rivalry with these guys, because they're a buffer against the 3 superior civilizations that will probably want my blood. The Astani Trade Union really strikes me as either a good... I still need to figure out whether or not I want to vassalize them or just turn them into a tributary. Now, one way or the other, this isn't going to happen. This isn't going to happen until I have them at inferior, but it is worth noting that I've started to eclipse them technologically. In fact, while we're looking at our progress... So we've got equivalency with everyone but the Federation builders. Fortunately, these guys seem like they're going to be less likely to want to impose their will on me. Okay, so we've only got one group that we have a technological edge over, but hopefully we'll be able to close that gap a little bit. So essentially, for my immediate concerns, I've got my choke point here. I actually went a little bit further than I had intended and took a few more territories. The big question now is going to be, do I want to try and take away some of their planets? Or do I want to start kind of pushing out... Yeah, it's actually a really tough call, because the thing is if I take enough of these things down here, there's no real point in turning them into a tributary or vassalizing them. But I do need to cut them down in order to be able to make that that demand. Well, we'll figure out one way or the other. Anyways, these guys are more likely to be weaker. We've sort of seen what their ships look like. We know we have a technological edge, and we know that our armor is, especially once we do our upgrade, our armor is going to be level 3, so it's equal to the railguns that they're going to be throwing at us. But we're going to be able to, we're also going to be able to dish out a lot to take down their shields. As for the rest of this, I mean, I'm going to do what I can to build up defensive structures in this one system. This is the whole reason why I grabbed it. I mean, obviously getting some extra alloys and extra tech and all of that is nice. But the whole point of getting this is essentially to sort of secure my borders. So we definitely want to have one hard defensive point here. We want one hard defensive point here, ideally closer in, but I mean, honestly, the next choke point that I'm going to wind up getting, there really isn't one. Like, maybe this system, but then I'm open there. The only thing I can really think of is that I don't have a lot to fear from this empire to the north here, right? So if I claim this system, then I've essentially locked down their main paths to be able to invade me. But again, if I wind up like taking these 3 systems, I'm sure I've wound up like essentially I've won already. It's 1.5k. This is definitely something that's just waiting for my Titan to smash it. But the other thing is I don't actually need to begin my conquests right away. Essentially what we've done is the whole reason for going on these wars, if it was just to get these systems, this is one of the least efficient ways that I could have done that. The reason why I did this was to be able to make sure that essentially I have something that I will be able to fill up with as many weapons as I possibly can to hold these guys off if they do try something. And essentially what this is going to be now is I've bought myself enough peace of mind to be able to get my fleets where I need them. And that's going to be the point where the Grand Herald will probably wind up sort of coming into its second phase as being a really powerful weapon. Because the problem I have right now is that I took advantage of all of the situations that I found myself in. All of those were great up to the point that my neighbors now have enough corvettes to be able to take out this Titan. So what I need to do now is to be able to build up fleets that'll be able to handle the screening ships long enough for the Titan to be able to do the main body of work. And obviously I'm at a point now where cruisers are going to make some sense to sort of start filing into the navies. Another really good option here, getting another 40 naval capacity, which shouldn't be that hard given my my forts and whatnot. A couple of other things, we've introduced some structural problems inside of the Empire, so we do need to get our consumer goods back up. We do need to really properly solve this this food problem. We'll be able to deal with that over time. It might even be to a point where we wind up turning old Alvenia into sort of a secondary food processor, because there's really not much I can do on these other worlds. Yeah, we'll be good for 40. But yeah, that's essentially what next week is going to be. Kral Havoc, thank you very much for the follow. We're wrapping up tonight, guys, if you have not figured that out already. The next few rounds, we're going to be actually fulfilling our wish to build up these defensive hardpoints. Moving on as well. Oh, interesting. Pennec. I completely forgot that we seized this from... we wound up seizing this starbase from our enemies, so I might want to... Yeah, I'm going to switch this out into an anchorage, and eventually I'm going to change that to a... Hydroponics bay is a little tempting, but a 3 is not quite enough for me, so I think what I might do is I might switch... I might even do 2 anchorages here, but... Anyways, I completely forgot that we were sitting on Pennec, and it served no purpose for me. Yeah, so the first thing that I want to do is kind of get my hard point set up in these 2 systems. Once I do that, I'm going to start thinking about where I can get some certain bonuses. So, like, obviously having Zero Corp, we've already got the Curator Order. Rigging Commerce Exchange, and the Artisan Troop. This, by the way, is also another potential hardpoint for me, so I might want to consider building up there. But the aim here is going to be, I have room for 9 more star bases. So obviously getting my naval capacity up is not going to be that big of a difficulty. I actually need to get my alloy production up before I consider too many more of these star bases. And essentially what I'm going to be doing from there is I'm going to start actually getting some fleets that I consider respectable. And once we're in a slightly more comfortable military position, again, the aim here is to be able to have a fleet that acts as a screen for the Titan. And once I feel that we're able to sort of sweep aside whatever the enemy is going to be bringing in the form of defense, then I'm going to start behaving a little bit more aggressively. Until then, essentially we're just going to fill in the last little gaps that we've got. We've got a few of our shake and bake colonies more or less ready to go. There's a couple of things that I need to improve. But at this point here, we're really just going to be focusing a lot on infrastructure building. And important to remember, we're 1 year away from being able to do the Great Game. And so I'm going to... for this, I definitely want to get a base up. But for the rest of my star base upgrades, I'm actually going to hold off on it for a little while because we'll get the Great Game. We'll be able to get discount bases set up, and it'll make our alloys go a little bit further. And of course, in the meantime, I'll use up my remaining influence to close up any gaps and use those alloys to upgrade my fleets and build some new cruisers. What types of weapons are particle lances, and what kind of ship do you need to decide to use them? That is one I'm actually going to leave to the wiki because I don't feel 100% I feel like particle lance kind of counts as an energy weapon, but what's better though, there's an old saying, you know, build a man a fire, keep him warm for a day, set a man on fire, keep him warm for life. So instead I will show how I would consider building this. So particle lance, 10,000 energy, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so prerequisites, battleships, and X-ray lasers. Oh, does it not show the... Maybe it only shows up in the ship parts. Ship designer. You're kidding me. So they don't actually show this stuff. Is it launcher or lancer? Okay, so large slot, less damage against shields, more against armor and hulls, so essentially it seems just like another version of the lasers. I am actually not... Oh no, these proton... am I missing out on this? Ah, this is so frustrating. I'm actually gonna have to expand all of these things and figure out where it is. It has to be a laser weapon, though. Cutting laser? Here it is, particle lance. Okay, it's X side. That makes a hell of a lot more sense. Okay. Sorry, King Dolphin. Because you researched them, but you don't see them anywhere. Okay, so it's got to be in an extra large slot, first of all. I just want to double check. It is particle lance you're talking about, right? Yes. So lances are heavy energy weapons that fire focus beams of highly energized particles that cause massive damage, essentially a hybrid between lasers and plasma launchers. They're extremely effective against armor and very effective against hull, but very ineffective against shields. So actually, this is one thing I should clarify as well. I said like lasers. The thing is that these are actually the types of weapons. It's not just rock, paper, scissors. There's actually hybrid ones. So like those plasma throwers, that's a decent example of something that doesn't actually fit the proper rock, paper, scissors. So it needs to fit on an extra large slot, which I believe is Titan only. It might be a battleship one, but we can go back and check it. Obviously, lower damage against shields, higher damage against armor and hull. And what ship types get the extra? So yeah, you can have a spinal mount on a battleship, and Titans apparently cannot. That doesn't make any sense. So apparently battleships can mount these things, but the Titans... Oh, right, because they have Titan weapons. They don't need your fancy ass. Okay, so basically, if you have a battleship, particle lance, not a launcher, yeah. So your particle lance, essentially you have to have a spinal mount on your battleship. If you don't have a battleship yet, then you're not going to be able to equip it. If you don't see it present... By the way, I apologize if I'm telling you stuff that you already know. If you don't see spinal mount right away, essentially what you want to do is change one of these. So for instance, on my artillery core, I could go for medium, large, 3 medium. Alternatively, I could say instead let's do missiles and go for this. Or of course I could say, you know what, we're actually going to have we're going to focus entirely on fighters. We'll make sure that we're able to launch them. We'll make sure that we're able to sort of defend against things that are launched against us. But essentially, this thing's not going to be lobbing artillery at people. But yeah, essentially what you want to do if you don't see this on your battleship right away, just click on a section, make sure that you've got the spinal mount set up, and you should have an X, and then you should be able to mount the particle lance. Unless the wiki is misleading me in terms of what the stats on that are, but why can't I go back to that window we were just at? Oh my god, why? Wiki, why? We were doing so well. Yeah. So yeah, once you get the spinal mount, you're good to go. And yeah, essentially, Christ Almighty, I need to go to bed. But yeah, essentially what the way that, so the idea about setting a man on fire, the trick was the way that I always do it in the back of my head is I do not believe you are given weapons that you do not have the structures for. So I do not believe it's possible to research a particle lance without having battleships. So essentially when I don't really make this explicit when I'm talking about the game, but essentially what I do is I take, okay, this thing in the tooltip tells me this weapon size. And I'm like, is this something that... So like when I see an X, I was going to say, is this something I'd be willing to build a dedicated ship for? And in some cases the answer is yes, sometimes the answer is no. If I see something like small, medium, or large, it's like it gives me another option in a world of options, and you kind of see how I handle those. Sometimes I just wind up picking them because they're the cheapest option. But yeah, in the case of an X or something like that, my little heuristic for dealing with those is to basically say, okay, I'm going to dedicate a specific ship type towards this weapon. Anyways, guys, I did say I was wrapping up. Thank you very much for sticking with me for an extra hour. I know I've lost some of you because I was filibustering. Let me just take a quick second here to see who's online, because I'm very torn. There is somebody who I'd love to host, and then there's also somebody... Yeah, God, this is a really tough one. Let me just take a quick look. Okay, so here's the deal, guys. There is a side of me that really wants to pass this on to another Stellaris stream. And I just want to see if I know any of these people. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. If you guys know one of the people who's streaming Stellaris right now, could you please just plug them in the chat? And the reason I do that is the person who I'm going to host is going to be the Cool Eagle. Now, the Cool Eagle is not playing Stellaris right now. He does do Stellaris. He also does multiplayer Stellaris, but he is playing Battletech right now, Urban Warfare. The Cool Eagle is definitely a very talented caster. He's somebody who gives me a lot of support, and I feel Battletech is another Paradox game, admittedly a Paradox publishing game, but normally I would want to pass this on to another Stellaris cast, but this is a really wonderful opportunity for me to share another Stellaris caster who I think you guys will like very much. If you want to watch some more Stellaris, please check out some of the streams. Particularly, please check out some of the streamers who have a smaller number of viewers. Mike Beer, thank you very much for stopping by. I'm actually just wrapping up for tonight, but I'd love it if you'd come along and host the Cool Eagle. Just a quick word for those of you who are not going to be staying around because you really just want some Stellaris. Obviously, just click the game down below. It'll take you to the page. I'd love it if you'd give some folks who have... Oh, apparently somebody said pee-poo, pee-poo in the bottom, so I don't know if that's what you guys were trying to get me to say, but definitely check out some of the smaller casters down there, because obviously I got a lot of nice big hosts from folks. I am going to be hosting, like I said, the Cool Eagle, because while he's not doing Stellaris right now, I think he's somebody that you'll really enjoy, and I'd really love to pass on the love to him, and it is adjacent enough to the interests of Stellaris to come along, but completely understand if it's not your thing. Do at least give him a shot. And for the rest of you, I hope you have a wonderful evening. Mike Beer, I apologize. I'm not casting later. Oh, and one last thing for you all. I will not be doing Cultist Simulator on Wednesday. It is Dirty Rectangles, but I will be back Friday and we'll figure out what we're casting then. Have a lovely night, and we'll see you next time.